Dian, but I see how long you stay on.
Okay.
It's still my
starts
feet
so.
fine. You still the buck up. See?
Yeah, I see.
Still the buck up fine.
You can't plug into the Verizon.
I don't know that Verizon will be good.
Okay. This one now stronger feed, no?
You got the wire.
Okay.
Huh?
He said his one on the buffer.
Interference. Alright, see? Much better now.
Is it better now? Okay.
One frequency issue.
Yep.
Okay.
It's still stuck. Yeah, I think so. Hold on, make I just get to my team here. Yeah. I think so. Hold on, make I just get to me. Okay, good.
But where's the moderator?
Come on, Holland. You got a new link now, boss? Huh? Huh? Huh?
You put it in the VMix.
Where that? So you're ready for I count down now, right? I count down now, okay? All right.
Okay, so when she sent it to you, you could send it to me and then I could just walk over Lance and give it to him.
Love the shirt, bro.
All day today.
You should collect $1 for every time and tell her that, bro.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
But tomorrow I'll bring the bill and
The designer? All right. How much you
So
charge
the
you one of
boots, the
them there?
boots, fresh.
You ready for your countdown? Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm a countdown, boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We are back, y'all. We're back after.
For us, it was lunch break with our lunch because
we don't must step pick the man, but hey.
we're at the Belize Diaspora Summit
Right.
2024.
Right.
I am Most High.
My name is Katie Numeosha, and
We are tucked away in a corner because we have to make room. We have a smile on myself.
right.
We have a smile on myself to make sure that people have space for deal with when they deal with on the front line. That's what we have going on.
I want run off my list of sponsors
Of
though,
course,
because they are
of
the one who
course,
not
of
treat me like
course.
step
All
pick.
right. Let's
We
hear
did
it.
drop all the tech pick name. Listen, we have Atlantic Bank Limited, Atlantic Insurance Corporation, Battle of the Drums, Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Western Union, Belize Bank Limited, Beltrade, Benny's Home Center, Builders Hardware, Cahal Petch Village Resort, Carlos Diaz Private Bathroom, Central Bank of Belize, CG United, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Dangriga Town Council, Darius Meat Pie, DigiWallet, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Feinstein Group of Companies, Freetown Drugstore, Government of Belize, Holy Redeemer Credit Union, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, Ministry of Immigration, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Simon Kwan and Company Limited, Social Security Board. So we really want to thank our sponsors for making this broadcast all the way from the LA Marriott possible.
We want to thank the Belize American Chamber of Commerce
course.
and Southwest Airlines to make we reach you.
Transportation and accommodation.
Because you can't reach up on bus.
no.
And, you know. All right, so we give thanks for that. We give thanks for the support. We give thanks that you are chosen to link with us.
Right.
You know that we're available. We're being streamed. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. We are anticipating the next panel coming right up. Could you just give them a kind of preview of what we got
So
coming up?
for the second half of the Thursday Diaspora Summit Day, we have the Mistress of Ceremonies. For the afternoon session is Mrs. Aria Lightfoot. And the first panel discussion is on political rights and advocacy of the diaspora. That's moderated by Nuri Mohammed, no stranger to Bakazing. And the panelists are Honorable Kareem Musa, Mario Lara, and Bilal Morris. We also have, after that, we have a panel discussion on Belizean youth in the diaspora. That will be moderated by Kalila Hyde, and the panelists are Destiny Wagner, no stranger to Belizean, kind of big beauty queen, and artist Suknandan. So we're really excited about this afternoon. We just saw the minister take one little picture away. Must have up on government of Belize page or at least Home Affairs something. But it's been buzzing. I must say that it's been nice to see the Belizeans come. They access that land clinic line though.
Whoa.
That line, the line.
The out there, summit there.
That was the action there. I could tell you that. Definitely have.
You've been a star outside. I don't know what it
Why
is.
the direct traffic?
People come to you like I don't know.
I just got one on their
You have
face.
a look. You have
Like,
a look
I can help.
You have a look like you can
I have an I can help
and then,
face.
and then you I guess you have this personality and you're just bubbling and it's like listen to me. I tell you no lie. This, a young brother actually came up to Sister Kay and said, "Manny, baby, he has a little infant," which is remarkable, right? To see-
Right. The man know where I could get some hot water for baby formula. Like I can be that girl because I don't miss help, right? Also to Wally inside tip, he used to be my neighbor, but he's now a diaspora and he's moved.
All
He's
right.
been living
So
here. If familiar. But you're right. I do got one at Ellie face.
All
I
right,
guess
you
I
have-
could help you. Definitely, we got a big up and thanks Will Johnson of Radio Belize Mix helping
Big up
us.
Radio Belize Mix linking with us, making
Right.
this happen like this. Respect is due. At it since early. And we've got to again just thank you guys for bearing to some little audio things we have. Listen, we have a lot of moving parts, we keep saying, and we try to make sure with the little we have that it's connected, we get you back home. People with a link up on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to a channel. Respect to that.
Yes. And
We're
engage
going-
with the page, make sure you comment, make sure you like, make sure you
Yes,
share.
yes,
That's
yes,
how
yes.
you will, every time we go live, we pop up on your feed.
Right.
So you need to engage for that to happen. And the more followers you have or the more subscribers we have on any of our social media sites, that helps us to have a bigger reach, right? So we need you for help with that.
Absolutely.
And download the app too.
So to be honest with you, I what is crazy is like, and I guess for people who go abroad and go to especially big Belizean functions, you have this experience where people come up to you and they say, "Yo, where you going? Long time," and you're like, "Yes, I feel you. Where I know you're from." Like
That when you're a mad rocker and you're
they-
a Mose and WB, because people are like, hey,
Hey,
brother Mose,
yeah.
they reach out for you. You
But
could
the
know
faces-
that something different though. Okay, you could know when the mad rocker fans come feel that was different energy.
Oh, no, different energy.
And when the brother Mose
A
crowd.
different energy. A different energy. A different
That the party
energy.
crowd. I like the Lee party crowd.
And different
man.
energy.
Yeah.
And different energy. The rocker energy different from the WB Mo's energy.
Right.
Actually, you want to meet one different energy? I actually had a past student of mine from Excelsior High. Step on me. That one different energy. It's
Completely.
way
That
back.
is teacher energy.
A throwback. It's a throwback, yes. So, yeah, we want to thank you all. This is Creme Radio XTV, collaborating with Radio Belize Mix. here in Los Angeles, California. This morning we had a couple panels. What were your thoughts? I mean, obviously you enjoyed the second panel more because of me, the moderator. I am sure there's a bias there. I know that you enjoyed the
Big
moderator
bias.
especially.
Big bias.
But tell me, just a summary for those who might have missed this morning. What are some of the
Right.
things that stand out? But you can go and check YouTube on YouTube and so Facebook, whatever. You could go and rewind, So
Right. And make we know in the comments. That would
Yeah,
be great.
yeah,
Let us know
yeah.
what you thought. If you want to have, I just want to give you a rundown. That was moderated by Dr. Nicole Ramsey. She's a young Belizean American professor who now teaches at the University of Austin in Texas. And the
that
panelists.
big university.
Big, huge,
university
huge.
then there.
Anything at Texas, right? Everything big at Texas.
true,
Even the
true,
storm.
true.
So with Texas listeners, just be safe as Alberto makes its
Miss
way
Carol,
near.
big up Miss Carol,
Uh-huh.
big up Miss Kuna.
And
Miss
Miss-
Kuna, where you there?
Is that Lancaster or did that Los Angeles? Can you remember she got two
but me out, I
domicile?
don't miss about 10 calls, but Miss Kuna, they under pressure.
Oh, yeah. All the engineering, all the tech, and the man no get no lunch. The man no get no breakfast.
Because Natalie say how she the bubble black dinner,
Ooh.
but the black dinner can't come till she done therapy and put it all out there.
Ooh.
The pizza they were there. Oh, okay. Well, yo. So more.
All
So
right.
we see who come first, who come second.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
We need Radio Belize mix. So I ain't even the crime, ain't even the complaint because you hear what is true. That the whole with the stream and
right,
simulcast
all right.
to you.
Go ahead,
Big
go
thanks to that. So definitely, and then
So
we
this
had
morning
Nuri
success-
Akbar,
Yeah.
Sanya Murphy, Ambassador Sanya Murphy, and
was an
Raymond
enjoyable
Zuni, but
panel.
also Naisha Lang. It was excellent
It was
because
an excellent.
we get a lot of the history of the Belizean diaspora, and I really want to thank all the panelists and this definitely the moderator.
But the Akbar is not a man who holds punches.
Oh, he never minced no
no,
words.
he know, and he no
He
stutter.
can't. He school way.
He no stutter.
He said the thing.
He
said what he finished say. Said what he said, and no sir. But he gave you flowers though,
I
so
tell you,
enough
give me too
respect
much
for that.
credit. It's not my
No man,
brainchild.
no. The problem with
But-
you is that you don't want to take no credit. So that either you know,
I tell
you
you,
don't
give
need
me
to
too much
find one.
credit.
You don't
but
need to find one in
I
between.
appreciate my brother. I
Right.
appreciate his energy.
Right.
I appreciate that. He no care. He come.
He wants
and-
what he said.
Nah, he not gloves
He not
off.
apologize.
He doesn't have a. He doesn't
No
have
apologize.
a.
You,
he
if you
is-
want to catch feelings, you could catch.
We go. We got black dinner the count. That one touch you. All right, gotta big
All
up.
right, good.
But,
Show them.
We get pizza.
So if you're the one that we go on, they give me one big box of pizza. That's so they believe there's person me deal with weed and they feed weed. Or me complain my home when I
A
get lunch.
pizza you
Hold
want?
ya.
A pizza
Hold
you
ya.
want? A
Since
pizza
you
you
got a lot
want?
to
A
say.
pizza you want?
And then after that we had the
some
second panel on sports and diaspora infusion, really interesting, moderated by no stranger to the zinc. Evan
stranger,
Mosehide. We
no
had Greg
stranger,
Myers. I mean, amazing stories. Marvin Utley of the National Sports Council.
We had Olin
Olin
Simplist,
Simplist, right, who's a
who-
consultant to the NBA and the WNBA, so
Yeah.
which is good for our youth, whether they're
He
in diaspora or in
mentors.
Belize.
He mentors mostly perimeter players, skill development at that highest of level.
Right.
So there's a level where you teach somebody the fundamentals of the game. But now when
And
you
listen,
reach, but
you
no-
know about fundamentals
Yeah.
needed. You can't move without
but
it.
I don't have Olin Simplist's knowledge. That is a specialized knowledge where he is so fine-tuned and so nuanced that he is making NBA eligible prospects ready for the league.
That's beautiful.
You have to understand that's like
The power in that. The power in that.
That's some astrophysics right there as
Right,
far as
right.
sports is concerned. Understanding the angles for defense, the angles to attack, because you cannot that's PhD stuff. So that was
That
a
big leagues.
fantastic panel. I really enjoyed it. It was very informative and
It was
just to show you-
informative, but it was also real because it
Yeah.
may give, we have to do more when it comes to sports, even
Answer
in
the
our
call.
interest level. Answer
Answer
the
the
call.
call.
Right. That'll
Answer
take
the
away
call.
from that. Answer the call.
When we call, answer the call.
Answer.
Open the
answer.
door. Let we in.
Make we have that conversation.
We got knowledge. We want to give it. We
Yeah.
got expertise. We
And
want
the
to
thing is,
share it.
to give that expertise and knowledge for $3.99, which usually you got to pay for that. You got to pay a lot for that. So we are actually going to move to we're going to move now into our panel. As I said, panel discussion number 3. It's a political rights and advocacy of the diaspora panel. It's moderated by Noor Mohammed. The panelists are Honorable Karim Musa, Maria Lara, and Bela Morris. The mistress of ceremonies for this afternoon session, as you know, no stranger to Zinc Nida, Mrs. Aria Lightfoot. All right. And she's here. She busy too, because They have been organizing. They've got everybody here. Get with promo codes out with that nice
Listen.
hotels out with it close
Listen.
to the summit.
Listen.
You know,
Listen.
get everybody their certificate
you
of
don't know half of it.
appreciation.
Listen to me. Let me tell you
And
something.
the nice pizza. Can I say, oh, you mean to say,
I got
oh, we not
stories.
feed you?
I got.
Hold ya.
I got.
They give me a whole box of pizza.
I got stories to tell you about that drill sergeant called Miss Aria Lightfoot.
Oh, she not play that. She
That's
not
a
play
drill
that.
sergeant.
She not play
She's
that.
gonna. She's
She
gonna
not
flood
play
your
that.
WhatsApp with to dos.
Okay, listen.
My WhatsApp
Work
is
that work, then a chicken me a jerk. Listen.
swollen with to do. I tell
It
no
look
lie.
good though. You got that hair.
Everything is swag.
Okay, good.
All right, so
So we're setting up that table now. So you're gonna fade out from us and we're gonna move to the main table. Remember, you are listening on Creme FM and watching on XTV. Thanks so much. We are powered by our sponsors and we are also right. So we'll move you to that now.
Historic event. And just so you know, the diaspora has discussed this issue in Lent. People like Mario, Bilal, Brother Nuri started a show for the diaspora because he was trying to change the narrative in Belize with the divide. We had a lot of negative way that we spoke about each other. So he started to invite us every Friday on the WB to discuss the diaspora, what's going on, talk about political issues. And during the ICJ, which was a very volatile discussion that happened in Belize, we had people like Bilal Morris. They went to the embassy in Guatemala and they protested on behalf of Belize. And we had a little small group called Belize Citizens Abroad, which was myself, Debbie Curlin, Hubert Pipersburg, and Joseph Guerrero. And so we started to advocate for our involvement in the ICJ. And Hubert, I don't know how he did it. He recruited Minister Musa at the time, or maybe Minister Musa recruited him. We were just presented with this idea of introducing it to the House of Representatives. At the time, he was in the opposition. So we did a private members bill, and the private members bill was to allow us to vote. Of course, we were voting no. However, it kind of spiraled the commitment to let's take this to another level. And so we have a very prominent panel today. And I really want you guys to appreciate this. We have Bilal Morris at the end. We have Maria Lara. We have Honorable Karim Musa. And we have Brother Nuri Mohammed. All these people have been very significant in the political spectrum, whether they're advocates or politicians or media. And that's a very powerful combination that I think that if we as Belizeans start seeing each other as one community versus Belizeans living at home, Belizeans living abroad, we could actually become a very powerful advocacy group for Belize, for Belizeans, and even for Belizeans at home. Likewise, we can do more exchanges, political, business, real estate, different things. Belize has a lot of potential. We're a small country, we're a smart people, and we're a powerful country. So with that being said, I will ask the panelists to introduce themselves briefly. I do have their bios, but I feel like their bios are going to get they're going to discuss who they are, what they've been doing. And we're going to discuss all that today. It's going to be led by Brother Noor Mohammed. And with that being said, let's start with the moderator, Brother Noor Mohammed.
Yeah, I won't take a lot of time talking about me because it's about hearing from these esteemed panelists today. I will say to you that I am born in Belize in 1961, just before the Hurricane Hattie. I was taken over here to the States by my family. Uh, I spent 10 years here. I came here as a naive Caparuche, Chase Maklala boy at 12 years old, and I was dropped into San Francisco for a beautiful 3 months where I thought I was in some form of Disneyland or something like that, Chinatown. And then my reality check, I was with my sister in San Francisco, but my parents were actually in New York, Harlem, New York. So after my sister and I enjoyed our first 3 months in San Francisco, we went to New York. And what I could remember dropping into New York was the darkness of Harlem and coming into that environment and learning that this is not Belize and this is not Disneyland. And getting into the school system, you talk about bullying now. It was bully extreme when I was there in the 60s, beat up. I remember a little story of a young lady who said he liked me, but I was so naive I never knew how to respond to that. And so her friends were laughing at her. Said, see, like you. And she got upset and came behind me as I was the teacher's pet cleaning the backboard and stabbed me in my backside with one pen. That was my first reality check that this is no calm place. This, you have to fight. And so I started being transformed very, very early in my first time in New York. And then we moved over back to California, and I'm saying all of that to say the total time that I spent in the United States was about 12 years, maximum. And then I went back home. So I had the experience of growing in Belize, growing in the United States, and returning back to Belize, which I have been home over the last 50-odd years. But my experience in the diaspora was that my mother told me from the very beginning, you're going back home. I was never in America because I wanted to be an American or I wanted to pursue whatever in America, because I had a mother that was saying, remember, you're going to qualify yourself and to return home. So maybe that was the roots of my feeling about we have to be connected as a diaspora. And I had this opportunity to work with these brothers from Breda, and we had a program in 1989 where we actually started to, in a concretized way, try to build a connection with the diaspora. This is not to say that what was going on prior, going as far back as 1924, was not the foundation that we stood on. But in 1989, a very dynamic effort started when we had a radio program here in Southern California that was called Belize Caribbean Pulse. And the Belize Caribbean Pulse became one of the ways in which we started to ignite and bring up the issue of diaspora involvement in Belizean politics. I said that only as a background. Aria has talked about the effort that we have made on Creme Television, but I just wanted to give you that as a background, that I don't come out of the blue, but I have been engaged in this as one who has been involved from the very beginning. I will ask our esteemed guests to give us just a brief introduction like I've done just now of myself, if they will also do that, and then we'll get on to these questions here. Starting with the Honorable Karim Musa. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Aria, Brother Nuri, my esteemed panel guests here with us today, and of course, all of you in attendance at this grand Belizean Diaspora Summit. Very impressive undertaking, and I want to commend all of the organizers, excellently organized. We even have a land and immigration clinic. Boy, you got a lot of people jealous, Aria. But no, it's truly one that is long overdue, one that is necessary, and certainly one that is appreciated by the Belizeans living here in California. So my name is Karim Musa, and I am the Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries. I have been the area representative for Caribbean Shores since 2015 and became minister in 2020. Prior to 2020, I still am, an attorney at law, practicing, I used to practice civil law, civil litigation, criminal defense, real estate, commercial law. And in my time of studying to become an attorney, I first started in the United States at Louisiana State University. I spent 2 years there where I obtained my bachelor's degree. And then I spent 5 years in the Caribbean. And so I think 7 years abroad allows me, Brother Nuri, to be called an honorary diaspora Belizean. Having lived away from home, having met so many Belizeans abroad who have not, in the very least, forgotten about Belize. If it's one chord that really struck me when I was living in Louisiana, I used to go down to New Orleans every weekend, and I used to stay with a family friend, Tony Cass and Sue Castillo, and all they wanted to do was talk about Belize. All night, all day. I was a young man, so I want to go party, but they just wanted to talk about Belize and to reminisce. And of course, the house was bubbling with delicious Belizean food and Belizean music playing. And I really realized how much Belizeans living abroad appreciate their country. And I compare it a lot with other countries for their diaspora. And I don't see the same affinity, the same connection the way I do for Belizeans. It's quite an impressive thing. And so in 2018, I'm sorry if I'm rambling here, Brother Nuri, I got the chance to meet Hubert Pipersberg, who, if you're on social media, you would know Mario Lara, Belal Morris, you would know Aria Lightfoot, because these are Belizeans who have a very keen interest in what takes place in our country. And so I met Hubert, and I was like, Hubert, what are you doing? And Hubert said, I live here now. And I was like, what? You come out to Belize? Because it's so hard to reverse the brain drain sometimes that when you see it happen, you're like, boy, this is awesome that you're now living back in Belize. But I always remembered Hubert, and I always put him in a category as not a Belizean, no. I saw him as a diaspora ambassador to Belize, because that's all he wanted to talk about. How can we incorporate the diaspora in our everyday lives? How can we get more rights for them? Because, of course, we can talk of the remittances, we can talk of the investments in real estate, in businesses, but let us talk about rights as well. And so Hubert recruited me. Let's get it straight. Hubert recruited me, and I was sold, like I said, because of my experience living abroad. I saw it firsthand, and so I was very willing to be that vessel, to be that area representative, to have taken the private members bill in the year 2018. Yes, it was knocked down, but I think it was a very important stand and a very important statement that had to be made, because we always talk about Guatemala and we always talk about Belize. What if Guatemala invades? We're going to call on the CARICOM, we're going to call on Britain, all these countries that we're going to call on, but yet we have such a rich, healthy population of diaspora Belizeans who want to fight for Belize, not necessarily with arms, but they want to get in the discourse, they want to have a say, and so that should be our first line. Let us see what other Belizeans outside of Belize are saying, and let's call on them for help. And so I saw it as an important call, and it was an honor. It was sponsored by these two good gentlemen, yourself, Aria, Hubert, the private members bill, and it was an honor for me to have been a part of that. So sorry for the very long rambling here, Brother Nuri, but I'll pass the mic over to Mario.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mario Lara. It's always a challenge and a risk following an eloquent politician introduction, right? But I love Belize. I born and bred in Belize. I went to school up until the age of 18, graduated from St. John Sixth Farm. So when I graduated from St. John Sixth Farm, that was like the highest level of education you could get in Belize at the time. There wasn't UB, there wasn't Galen, there wasn't, you know, now I know St. John's is actually offering a 4-year degree. So in order for me to continue my education, I had to leave Belize. And the plan was to leave Belize, get my education, and go back. But we know that life tends to take you in different directions, right? So when I came to the U.S., much like Nuri, thinking that the streets were paved with gold and things would be easy, I found it quite different. And I had to make some sacrifices in order for me to be able to afford to get an education. And so I joined the U.S. military. And in order to join the U.S. military, I couldn't, I did it having just the green card, but becoming part of the U.S. military, you tend to adopt the land that you went to for opportunity. So I am a dual citizen person on this panel. I have a Belize passport, which I keep current. I always update and keep current my Belizean passport because my heart is always and will remain in Belize forever. I will always be a Belizean. And I also have my American passport, and I am not ashamed to be an American and to call myself Belizean American because I have two nationalities. And I don't think it is in conflict whatsoever. And I'm a very private person, but I'm sharing this personal story because I meet Aria, I met Hubert Pipersberg, I met Bilal, and I met a fellow by the name of Will Mahia, who you might recognize. And I started to get activated during the time around ICJ, and I think there was a statutory instrument in Belize that told Belizeans they can't go to Sarstoon, and I said, how can you pass a law that says you can't go somewhere? That frightened me. That got my attention. And I said, no, that's a slippery slope. And so my advocacy has been, yes, I criticize policies that are made a lot, but in a hopefully respectful way, inquisitive way, questioning way, patriotic way. And I think that's part of the value that the diaspora brings to the table. We have experience, we have exposure, we live, we see things from a different angle. And while I honor and respect all of the people back home working hard to develop the country, I think seeing things from a different angle is good, and asking questions and questioning and holding people accountable is a good thing, is a patriotic thing. And I am honored and blessed and pleased to be participating in this panel. I commend the organizers, the collaboration that is happening here with the administration that's in office, and I want this to continue. And I hope that we can build on what we have going on here. Thank you.
Bilal Morris.
Yes, greetings, everybody. Belizeans at home in Belize, and send greetings to Belizeans in the diaspora, wherever you are listening to this broadcast. Those of you who took the time out, this is a weekday. Belizeans, I can see you found the time to come out here, because while I was doing some PR for the summit on the ground here in LA, a lot of people, this is a weekday and I have to work. But it's so very impressive to see that Belizeans, like Minister Philip Goldston used to say, Belizeans are willing, and when government is willing. I want to say that my work was based on activism for Belize for 30 years in the Los Angeles Belizean community. From the day I migrated out of Belize at 19, seeking a better education. As we know, we Belizeans, for most of us, we are what they call economic refugees. We didn't leave because of a war or anything like that. Or migration was not based on that. Or migration was just simply trying to find a better quality of life that that Belize could not necessarily offer. Not that it was a poor country, it's a beautiful country. But for many of us, it was not underdeveloped, as they like to call us, but Belize was a developing nation. And I think that when you say that you're diaspora, no Belizeans who live abroad does not, after you leave there, you don't have no rights to Belize anymore. It's a very, 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 it's a betrayal of that sort. Because your people never did necessarily leave because they wanted to. They left because they wanted to have a better quality of life. And I got involved immediately. At 19, I joined an organization that I was with, the Los Angeles Muslims of Belize, where my colleague Nuri Akbar, who spoke this morning, was pivotal of the brainchild of Belizean Ubada, Ismail Omar Shabazz. He was our teacher. He groomed us. UBAD. How many of you, raise your hand if you know about UBAD. Right? UBAD was the grassroots organization that, apart from many organizations in Belize itself, that made history. We come from that. Evan Exide used to say, you all are one of the children of UBAD, because Shabazz was our mentor. We learned from him. He taught us he taught us activism, how to get involved for your country and work for your country, hustle for your country. And I did that. I'm a journalist, a trained broadcast journalist. I wrote for the Los Angeles Muslims of Belize newspaper called Lambs. I wrote for the paper was called Belizean Focus. That paper was very powerful. We did, before Belize Caribbean Pulse came on the scene, Nur Muhammad speaks about it was Belizean Focus that used to educate and inform the Belizean people in the Los Angeles Belizean community. At the time, New York, Chicago, and Florida was not involved like this. Los Angeles had the perfect setting, restaurants, the largest Belizean community outside of Belize itself. The largest, and I have to quote, recently I was speaking with the Congresswoman Karen Bass, and I was lobbying for Belize. Maxine Waters heads the Mains and Winds Committee. Belizeans in the Anglo-Guatemalan claim they don't have lobbyists in Washington. The Guatemalans do. And that's why we are always losing the political fight. Because I learned about lobbyists bringing Zenaida Moya, the first female mayor, to City Hall with Antonio Villagrosa. And you see the Salvadorians, you see the Hondurans, you see the Guatemalans, they're lobbying in City Hall. There was no Belizean lobbyist. And Zenaida was so very impressed. It's like, wow, you speak on the diaspora, because I don't know anything of the diaspora. But she got key to the city, lots of help. It was something that was repeated. But the problem was that, speaking with the business manager of City Hall, he said that your leaders come here from George Caleb Price with Reardon, got key to the city, but there is no reciprocity. You go back and you just don't do anything else. So he said that, I love your presentation that you made on the behalf of the Belizeans, because we didn't know anything about you, right? We know about the Salvadorians, we know about the Guatemalans, the Mexicans, but who are you? And so he said, because you have a record, your Prime Minister, George Caleb Price, no reciprocity, whoever else came, then Zenaida Moya, the first female mayor of Belize City. He says that has to change. If you want development for your country, your leaders cannot just go back and sit down and don't respond. But I said that to say, when I asked her, she said, you are Belizean? I said, yes. She said, do you know the Belizeans are the largest black immigrant group in Los Angeles? And I took back that. I went to the Consul General, Roland York, and I said that, and she said, she don't know what she talk about. Right? It was, So I said, how you know that, Congresswoman? She says, because they vote for me in my constituency. But the Consul General of Belize didn't even know that. He had no idea. He disputed. Nah, she don't know what she talk about. And this is the mentality that has to change, because over my 30 years of activist work, also we brought on stream the Belize Caribbean Pulse. A professor of history, Professor Ron Wilkins, an African Pan-Africanist activist, came and said, KPF has programs, but you have to come and sit on the board. We went and we sit on the board and we got 2 hours, Belize Caribbean Pulse. It was hosted by so many people, but it brought information every Friday morning to the Belizean community. I produced that show. And you have the most astute host of that show sitting right here, Nur Muhammad. When he came along, that's when the show improved in its content, because before that we had hosts that were there, they were Radio Belize trained, but they could not carry the content and the sense of consciousness that you should have. Because KPFK is the Pacifica Radio Network, it's countrywide, just like National Public Radio, and its signal can be heard all the way to Mexico. It's a powerful signal. Again, no other Belizean community was doing this in no other part of the States. And so just as my activism work, as I would say, is just volumes. I cannot just, but as we go along, we will be talking about it. And we are here today. It's very sad that the Musa administration was the one that voted into power to take away natural Belizean rights to hold political office in Belize. Belizeans living abroad could not hold political office, nor could they vote. And we were saying to the Barrow administration, resurrect that, because you're making Philip Goldston turn around grave. Philip Goldston used to say, Belizeans, natural-born Belizeans, wherever they are, they should have all rights, just like the ones that are left back there and the ones that are there. He was a pivotal part of the formation of the Consortium Belizean Development. As a matter of fact, I would want to say that Philip Wilberforce Goldston was the brainchild of the Consortium for Belizean Development. And so the Barrow administration did not want to resurrect it. Nothing happened. And here we are today. I love this administration that has come to power. People like Karim Musa, people like Minister Marla, Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. That has never been. In my 30 years of activism in this community, never been. And we have to complement that, because it has never been. 3 years of the Barrow administration in power, never. There was a diaspora desk, but the girl who headed the desk, me and Hubert Pipersberg went to her, she said, I don't know anything about diaspora, but why are you heading a desk? Right? And so we I think, as Nur Akbar said earlier, we have gone back 40 years behind since the formation of the Consortium for Belizean Development, where that brilliant lawyer, professor of law, Dr. Eddie Lane, crafted the bylaws that brought about an umbrella organization that did big things. The consortium did big things. It did great things, but most of those people has dead and gone. They're gone. So where is that new generation? You know what? I want to show you that new generation. Aria Lightfoot. That's where the baton has been passed on. I told this sister, I don't know where you get all that energy, but this is how we used to be in Breda. The Breda was a young, dynamic, Belizean grassroots organization that was doing everything that CBA and none of them were doing. And so I just want to, by introduction, to say this was my work and the struggle goes on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. I did mean for us to get 4 different speeches. And so as the moderator, I'd like to apologize. But I should have been one spokespeople up here. So anyway, let's get down to it. When we're talking about, and our title here is looking at Belizean political rights and advocacy of the diaspora. First of all, when we talk about politics, we have to understand we don't talk about local PUP and UDP politics. We have to understand politics in a much more universal and global sense in order for us to take advantage of it. If we're thinking about political rights, meaning we want to vote, Minister, or we vex over the fact that we never got under the ICJ, then we still have a narrow perception of the power of politics. This is politics. Politicians are going to go back to the cabinet and say, boy, that thing over there, they grow. We better start to listen to these people. Why? That is your political influences growing. And believe me, the importance of us being able to broadcast and streamline this all over the country of Belize, in fact, all over the world with this internet. We have Belizeans who have never made the connection and are making the connection today. One other piece of thing before I pass the first question to them. The immigration department is here today. Do you know that the interpretation in our Constitution is that every Belizean citizen who have children and who have people who are married to Belizean are by descent able to become Belizean? And they say that too easy. Why? Because if you extrapolate that kind of mathematics, we're talking about maybe 1.5 million Belizeans in the diaspora. I know you can't conceptualize that, but we like have picnic. And our picnic like have picnic. In addition to that, we went through a period which was, to many of us, embarrassing, when we started to have an economic citizenship in order to get new Belizeans. In the United States, they have a citizenship program. You could buy one passport, Chateau. So this idea that we were selling passport and we were cheapening ourselves was not a true picture of what was going on there. It became bad because the hustlers got involved. But this idea of economic citizenship was a legitimate process that is still going on all over the world. It's when it's misused that it becomes a major problem. I am saying that to say, through that program, a lot of people never even born a Belize, and they're in a Belize at any period of time, gain Belizean citizenship, and their children and their children's children can also say that they are Belizean. Am I right? So we're no longer talking about that, and I use this word carefully, handful of Belizeans that have come in here since 1924 and establishing themselves as an organization. Now, 100 years later, their children's children's children are involved in that effort still. So now, when we talk about political influences, do we know how many of us are here? Do we understand what the keys of pushing the buttons of our politicians there, here, in order for us to be able to get the rights that we feel that we should have? I would now put to Minister Musa, Brother Mario, and Bilal. Why do you believe, when there was such a strong advocacy among Belizeans, to show the love that we have and wanting to be a part of any conversation, why do you think that the powers that be, whether the UDP or the PUP, did not see the need to make concrete connections to ensure that Belizeans abroad would be heard, not just on social media, but in fact would be brought into the conversation? And believe me, we were not brought into the conversation. We were a sideline. Wouldn't you agree, Mario? We were a sideline conversation. We were not brought into the major part of the conversation until this minister decided to take us into the House of Representatives. I'd like all three of you briefly, let me understand and underline that, briefly comment on that as I go on to the next question. Minister, you first.
Thanks, Brother Nuri. You know how to ask the loaded questions. I think the old adage that there is strength in unity is one of the core reasons. I think leading up to when I think back to the private members bill, I could feel a united front moving forward, an actual deliberate move by diaspora Belizeans coming together and saying, this is our time, this is an important existential threat, we want to have a say. And I felt that that momentum picked up a lot of steam, both in Belize and here in the diaspora. And I don't know if it is because the bill did not succeed why we felt that we could not continue that push. But I do feel as though there has been a withdrawal, as Brother Nuri put it, of feeling sidelined, and it's totally justified in having that feeling. And when you ask me why would politicians on a whole not want to have the diaspora have a say, and again I'm speaking in general, PUP, UDP, PNP, what have you, it perhaps has to do with the fact that, one, going back to the original point, there is not that united push, and two, there is a lot of uncertainty. I was discussing with Aria before we came in the room, how many Belizeans do we have? And Aria mentioned it was probably around 100,000, and somebody came and chimed in and said, no, it's more like 225,000. And so that's a huge disparity. And so I think we really have to do some research and getting to the bottom and registering all our diaspora Belizeans in a database so that we can go, whether it is another private member's bill, whether the government takes an initiative to the National Assembly, a motion, but we have to have the data. That is the first step, having the data to know how many Belizeans are out there in the diaspora, not just in the United States, but all across the world. And then the creation of events like this. This is an excellent movement in and of itself, right here. This is advocacy, like what Brother Nuri said. This is advocacy, and these are the types of things that then lend to further conversations, further lobbying, and this is where the voices start to get registered at home. And so I would hope that this push for political rights and more political say can continue with a united diaspora. I know that the members of our political administration are willing to listen. And again, I think we have to get to the bottom of the numbers and move from there. So,
just so that we don't have the same question being answered by all three, I will try to be creative and have them to spin a different question each time. So, Mario, your question would be, if there are three things on the top of a very long list of priority issues, what would be the first three that you, as an active member in the diaspora, would advocate for the government of Belize to look at critically? The first three. I know there are many, but the first three.
Yeah, thank you, Nuri. And I draw the straw that I'm following Kareem, who's a very good speaker. And but to quote a famous quote, I think a famous politician said that the arc of history bends towards justice, but it's not a straight line, right? It's an arc. And somebody, the panel this morning, talked about the work being done from the founders from way back when. And I think the reason why we have a Ministry of Diaspora goes all the way back to all of that work, Nuri. And so I see progress happening, not fast enough for some people and not quick enough for some people, but it's happening. And I love what the minister said about collecting data and unity. Because this morning there was a theme also about the need to be organized. What the government of Belize needs from the diaspora is legitimacy. You asked me a question about what are the top three priorities, and I can give you what my top three priorities are, but is it legitimate? Do I speak for the diaspora? That's my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that I want to be able to vote. And I don't want to have to break the law in order to vote. I can't register for a constituency in Belize, honestly, because I have a house there, my mayor is here, but I can't vote for the mayor because I can't register, because you have to live there for 6 months in order to legally register to vote. And I want to vote for my representative, for my local representatives, for my area representative. I want to be able to vote. I've invested a lot in my hometown in Belize. I've invested a lot of my hard-earned dollars, and I continue to do that. So my priority is I want the ability to vote. And that should be a service that's provided by the government. You had a bunch of El Salvadorans line up in Belize voting in their elections. We couldn't vote on the ICJ referendum. A private bill that was sent got shut down. So the right to vote, that's fundamental. That's a fundamental right of a citizen, to be able to vote. You mentioned economic citizenship. When I was in college, I was involved in the international student groups and everything, and I met a fellow there who was from one of the oil-rich countries. He had a Belizean passport. He can hold an office in the National Assembly. I can't, because I have supposedly pledged allegiance to a foreign entity. You have to do the Pledge of Allegiance when you become a U.S. citizen. I think that's nonsense. That is nonsense. Aria should be able to be a senator or a area rep. You know, give the people the right to make that choice. That is freedom. That is democracy. Those things are my top two. You know, the right to vote and the right to be represented, right? And to have a representative. So there's got to be a way to figure out. Mexico has a council of diaspora that are elected people that advise the government on policy matters. You have expertise here. If not the right to vote, if not the right to hold office, at least some type of mechanism where you have a advisory or policy or some kind of body that can create this legitimacy. I love it that there's this investment, right, to collect the opinions, to meet with the diaspora, to find out what their needs are, to collect the data, because that's going to be critical. Share that data with us. Partner with us, collaborate with us, so we can do more of this type of thing, so we can collect data, and so that we can continue to strengthen this relationship. Right. Those would be my top three.
We can't do anything without data. We can't keep just guessing what we got. 100,000, 200,000, I dropped out 1 million. Where is it? Where do you go to say, no, it's not that, it's this. So we got work to do. Now, Bilal, yours would be this. There's not a complete love for diaspora in an ordinary Belizean, you know. Let's be real. We know states, people come here and think better than we, they come here and they flex up, me can, but hand me that tennis after you go. Or Lord Reba say, yeah, bring this, bring that, bring that. All right? So we have had a relationship, we love our people, and somebody made the point this morning about the ethnicity of these. That's who was making the point. But you have to understand why it started with this large sector of Creole, because way back in 60, 70 years ago, Belize was 75% Creole. Do you realize that piece of statistic? And what might be shocking to you now is that the 2020 census is saying that we are pretty much a little bit about 2% higher than we were in 2010. And 2010, we were at 25%. So I don't know if you understand the dynamics of dropping from being 75% of a population to be 25% of the population 60 or 70 years later. So you want to know who were the first diaspora people? It was those groups. But that does not describe us now. We are a multi-group of people now with citizenships and ethnicities from all over. So when we talk about Belize, it's not just that core group that we were talking about 40, 50, 60 years ago. It's a much more multi-ethnic group of Belizeans, which are all Belizeans? Have we grown to be able to embrace our Belizeans? Or are we with the same biases and prejudices that we have home and we bring over here too? Me not talk to them because they're not from Orange Walk. Me not live with them people because they're not from Langriga. Do we still do those things over here? Because if we're doing that, we will remain in a very minimal cycle or circle of influence until we break that. So your question, Bilal, is looking at the reality. Why is it that we have not been able to gain that encouragement from some Belizeans about embracing the vision of the diaspora? First of all, do you agree with me that that embracement is not complete as we would want it to be, and that beyond remittances, people really don't understand the dynamics of what you're going through here in the diaspora?
Yes, I totally agree with you that, but we have to understand that we come out of a colonial past. We are still a people that is the anti-colonial struggle, divide and conquer, British divide and conquer. We are victims of that, Belizeans. PUP, NIP, Belizeans in a Belize, Belizeans abroad. Every time you look at the divisions that we have, PUP, NIP, now you have Belizeans, Diaspora, and Belizeans at home. We have been kept divided, and I think it's the remnants of colonialism. We cannot deny. A lot of people are like, what's that? What you talking about? And I think that our people have not come into a sense of consciousness to say that here you're a natural born Belizean. And you are showing a resentment against the same people. You are Belizean who are staying home, or what we want to call it, and I put them in quotes. And you got a Belizeans who left as an economic refugee, but yet a Belizean, there's reciprocity. The Belizean send back that money and they support that family. Why you want to make that Belizean an enemy? Your own people. Because, again, colonialism, we are trapped. Ivan van Sertima once said the colonialization of the imagination. We don't even know we are colonized. We don't even understand why we are divided along political lines and along this new line that Brother Nuri is talking about. Belizeans at home and Belizeans abroad. There's this resentment. We want to think we're going with that. Or bring that, yeah. We think we're going with that American thing. It's a sort of resentment. But we cannot delve on or continue to perpetuate that kind of division. We got to work for unity. And I think that coming out of Belize, I learned my activism was not only in the Belizean community, but my activism was with Chicanos, Mexican Americans, Cubans, Africans. We were called the Belize Rural Economic Development of Agriculture, Land, an alliance. Where that was different from all the other organizations. We were just meeting to send boxes home to Belize to help Belize in the times of natural disaster and so on. But I came out of a sense of consciousness where I learned activism based on unity, where some of the very same people that we were looking at amongst our ethnic groups as, well, that mestizo and that refuna, we became liberated away from that foolishness.
All right. Yeah.
You know, and so I want to say and to add that how are you going to talk about your people are divided when you take your natural born Belizean? Just to put a cap on that, Brother Nuri. Okay. When you make a people, you violate the Constitution, and Minister Musa can tell me if that is wrong. You violate the Constitution to make Guatemalans citizens of the country, but you take away natural born Belizean rights. That doesn't make any sense. And you allow them, you violate the Constitution when you make a country. What did the Constitution say? Any country that claims the country of Belize, their people cannot become citizens of that country. And every government of that country have violated the Constitution, whereby taking away natural born Belizean rights. So I just wanted to say that as a cap to what you're saying.
All right. This discussion cannot be nice and soft. It can't be a violent, motadan type of conversation, because this is rights. and people try to prevent you from having certain rights. So please understand that there are going to be comments that are coming from these panelists you may not necessarily agree with, but this is the dynamics of when you're talking about politics, because you're talking about power. And it's not necessarily a nice, smooth situation. Now I want to put something directly to the minister, but can be answered to the rest. We have talked sometime about losing certain models that exist in other jurisdictions. One of those models is having diaspora representation in your parliament and ensuring that they be given the right not only to vote, but to be in the governance process itself. Now, there's been a lot of discussions, there have been papers, Aria has written on it, Mario has written on it, so many, Bilal has written on it. There's been so much thought given to how do we ensure that Belizeans here don't only have advocacy in terms of words, but are actually able to be represented in the House, or not in the House, but in the governance process. So the question is now, can it be conceptualized that a seventh district of sort, clearly it is almost a virtual concept, can exist where there can be a representative from the diaspora who is appointed, clearly not voted, but if we have senatorial appointments of individuals, can the minister conceptualize a scenario where we can see a representative from the diaspora in our Senate and in some aspect of our governance process? Sir?
And Brother Nuri. Definitely, that's something that I think should be advocated for. That is my personal opinion. Currently, the way that the representation of the People Act is structured, as what Brother Mario was mentioning, you have to be resident at an address for 3 months prior to going in to register. Now, I think we can look at this from several different several ways to skin the cat. The approach that we had taken, along with Aria and these good gentlemen, was to remove that portion of the law that said you had to be registered at a particular address for 3 months. So removing any sort of timeline whatsoever, any time requirement. That way, whenever Mario goes home for his 2 weeks, he can register because that is his home. That is his family home. And he's allowed to vote, to register and vote in the constituency where he has his family home. So that is one way in which to do it. I think looking at a 7th district, I agree with you that perhaps we cannot go as far as to say we can have an election for a member of the House of Representatives that represents the diaspora, because then it's no longer Belize, the country, geographically, that we're looking at. We're looking at outside. And I don't know if there's any country that has that 7th district representative in terms of an elected representatives. But certainly when it comes to an appointment of a senator, I think that that is certainly something that could be considered and something that I think the diaspora should in fact advocate for.
I think this is a growing trend because if you do the research, dual nationality is on the rise. Borders are now, we're easily more crossing borders, and the dual nationality thing is going to continue to increase. For a very, very small country like Belize, we cannot afford to not include our foreign citizens, especially our citizens by descendants. So we have to find a way to grapple with this and to figure out how to incorporate the Belizeans who are dispersed all across the globe now into the political discourse in a meaningful and significant way. So I am heartened to hear a sitting minister in government say that he is willing to think about this and to figure out a way for this to happen. I mean, if you think about how our senators are selected, they're all special interest groups anyway. The diaspora represents over 100,000 people easily, you know, so there is absolutely no reason that shouldn't be controversial, you know, for there to be a representative in the Senate at least that can represent the Belizeans who are dispersed across the globe. That just makes sense. And if we want to attract investment, if we want Belizeans to come back home, you need that voice to be speaking with the policymakers so that we can move beyond the DRIP program, which we accomplished, 10 decades ago. It needs to be more than that. From personal experience, I can tell you, I built my home in San Ignacio, Santa Elena, and the hurdles that I had to go through, only a patriot would take his hard-earned money to do what I did, because there are much better opportunities available to you elsewhere. So we need to figure out, we need to have a seat at the table to figure out how do we break down these barriers so that Belizeans can come back home. And, you know, I mean, we're attracting a lot of people to Belize, which is great. You know, a lot of foreign people are now retiring to Belize, but you have a ton of Belizeans here, you know, that would love to retire to Belize, but the hurdles are just so huge that we need that help. And we need to have a seat at the table when we're talking about those policies, financial policies, economic policies, just to transfer money to Belize. Every time I transfer money to Belize, which I do a lot, most of my disposable income is transferred to Belize, I pay the amount that I pay in fee because I don't break the law. You know, I do things according to the law, but in order to do that, you incur a significant amount of cost. So to facilitate those things, you need somebody there that has lived the experience, that understands the hurdles that they're going through. And I'm glad to see that we're moving in that direction and we're starting to have those conversations. So definitely I would do it. I don't want to hog the mic, but a quick thing. I think too that when we talk about Belizean identity, the diaspora, man, you don't feel your patriotism until you leave your home. You know, and talk about preserving Belizean identity that breaks down Oida Creole, Oida Maya, Oida Mestizo, Oida Orange Rock, Oida. No, Belizean. When you talk about Belizean first, when you're a member in the diaspora, when you're outside of your home, it's like everything is equalized. So I would say that that's another thing that we bring to the table.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Bilal Morris, about 35 years ago, we were entertaining a concept which was a very innovative concept called Top 10. If I might, for our audience who have not heard of this was I'm not sure it still exists, but the concept was this, that if you are a Belizean abroad and you have a certain talent that can be of use in the development of your country, whether you're a doctor, a teacher, someone with skills that can be a part of the process of development, whether in the social area, the economic area, or whatever area, you would register in this central clearinghouse called Top 10. And so Top 10 as a registry would have doctors, Belizean doctors in every field of medicine from all over the country in this in this file, in this data bank, as well as many other different skills. That's the first part of Top 10. The second part of Top 10 is that the government of Belize, when it adopts this idea, will first of all, will identify how these skills can be utilized and in what area it would be utilized. And then the Belizean government would provide a sort of enabling environment or possibility for that skilled person to come back to Belize and to give his or her service during their vacation time. So for this example, you have a person who is a pediatrician in specialty, and he or she wants to come back home to Belize, they are not going to charge the government anything for that very specialized service that they are going to give. And all the government would do is something very similar to what it would do for a group like Peace Corps or others, where it finds a way to make them not have any expense while they're there for that 2 weeks. And maybe Gideon Key trip also as brought up. That was the idea. Now, let me tell you, this concept came from Bert Tucker, and I have a letter in my files where the Foreign Minister Said Musa, I think, adopted this as a concept. Am I right or not, Bilal?
Yes, absolutely.
And this was supposed to be an ongoing process where if you're an engineer, if you're skilled in any other area, mine is in human development with youth in difficult circumstances, I would have had a ton
and
of people.
You are proud of that, brother.
Yeah, people who are working in these
with
different
home
areas
and you work with the gang.
can go in and give voluntary work. The concept is a brilliant concept. So I'm asking you, Bilal, first, why didn't it work? And can it still work?
Well, it worked because you came out of that top 10 transfer, and just to educate the audience, or Belizean listeners at home and abroad, because history is very important. Our people don't know history. It's not even taught in the schools, Belizean studies, we have that now. People don't know history, right? Transfer of knowledge to expatriate nationals, top 10. It was a United Nations program, and I would say that it came out of the consortium. Because after the consortium of Belizean development was formed in 1985, that became the umbrella organization for all these other organizations, the bylaws that Eddie Lang drafted. It worked. Belizean, top 10 came out of that where Adalbert Tucker, which became Belize's ambassador of trade in the Caribbean and Africa, before he even came home to work with Belize, he was working with the United Nations in sustainable development across Africa and the Caribbean. And so, who was the people who were architecting, bringing this thing before Eddie Lang even did the bylaws? It was Philip Golson and Adalbert Tucker who came up with the idea of pushing just beside just our lip service or concept, Belizeans at home and abroad, bridging the gap. They actually put it into action, just like the facilitators have made this into action today, the Belize Diaspora Summit. And that produced the Consortium for Belizean Development, which later form produced the Top 10 program. And we have to give Minister Musa, Said Musa, which was then the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who embraced it and put it to work. I have all the documents of it, right? He embraced it, and it started to work. Nur Muhammad was a product of that. He left his job as a chaplain in the prisons, as a Muslim chaplain. Along also, he was hosting the Belize Caribbean Pulse, which ran for 10 years in the Los Angeles Belizean community, and went home and worked with the CYDP program, a call to action. And he did not say, well, I'm going to think about it. He did. And Top 10 is even where you don't have to go live back in Belize. You could contribute your skill and still live in whichever part of the world, you're in the United States or the UK, wherever you are, the Caribbean, Central America, Africa, wherever you are. But that you're going home to Belize to help develop your country in the health field, in the economic field, whatever field, working there as a think tank, as a person who, and Adalbert Tucker was doing that himself before he came home to Belize. I used to remember meeting him in Belize in the 80s and the 90s, and he was working with developing a 5-year development plan as an economist under the leadership of Minister of Foreign Affairs and I think Economic Development, Said Musa at the time. Right. You ask him, what are you doing here? He says, Minister Musa, I'm working on the 5-year development plan. So Said Musa had he had the insight, vision of embracing the diaspora. And that's why for me it's questionable, why is he that under his administration the diaspora rights were taken away? Which I want to ask Kareem. You have to make your government resurrect that 7th Amendment. Belizeans in the diaspora got to get back their natural-born Belizean rights to hold political office in every part and to vote by proxy and absentee ballot. We cannot go on, and I love this government, Kareem. You all are young, bright technocrats who are ready for action. Resurrect. Barrow didn't do anything in his 3 terms. He sent us back, swallow us up and spit us back out. You have to take your administration to resurrect the 7th Amendment and get back natural-born Belizeans. They're out here. Why are you going to take their rights when you give Guatemalans, whose country claimed Belize, the right to citizenship and to vote? We couldn't even vote in the referendum. We couldn't even, which is, our country is on the chopping blocks. This is serious time, as Nuri Akbar talked about this morning. This is no play. You know, so we are a power here, and we need that seat in the House. We need that seat in the Senate. We need that seat on the constitutional reform. And Minister, I'm so happy that you came and joined this panel today, because you're not only a politician, you're a lawyer. You understand the Constitution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for this very, very dynamic conversation this morning, this afternoon. I love to see that we're almost full. The audience has grown completely. We are almost full up of the chairs, and this is a sign that you recognize that this is an important part of this conversation over this weekend. The last thing I would like us to remember is what everybody has been saying. We cannot afford to rev up our engine like this and then make it get cool back down again. Yeah, I don't even want to tell you what it does to the human body when you get it excited and it doesn't get a fulfillment. You know what they call that? You know what I talk about, right? Okay,
so, guys, I just want to thank the panel. I have to wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
Please give them a round of applause. Just so you know that we have Mr. Noor Mohammed that came all the way from Belize. You had Mario that flew in just for this panel, and he's flying out today. You know, you have Honorable Kareem Musa that opens himself always up to criticism, because whenever you're talking about difficult issues, our feelings kind of get wrapped up sometimes in it. I do want to say that just as a thank you, we have XTV that has come all the way here, partnered with us to make this happen. We also have Radio Belize Mix that's live. Will Johnson in the back, he has been doing all these diaspora shows. And so we want to give a thank you for all these people that are involved. And of course, our sponsors, Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Affairs, has been a big partner in this. And the sponsors in the room next door, please go check them out, talk to them. It's their business. They service the diaspora. Some of them have companies in Belize. Some of them are companies here in the U.S. So we'll have more tomorrow with the investment forum. But you guys, that's how you support and grow each other. I want to say that the idea that we can channel people's resources. I know right now the government has created a board that involves members of the technocrats. I have a colleague on it. At least it's something that we're starting. So the minister dangled one carrot today. I don't know if anybody picked it up. He said, we have one vote for senator. He said that. That's a carrot he's dangling. It is up to us to hold our leaders accountable outside of politics. It's us, our rights. Our Constitution gives us rights. We have human rights we're entitled to. And so when our leaders come to us and ask us what we want, it's not just to hang out with them. We want them to do something. Ask them, talk to them. They're humans. And I'll be honest, I respect politicians as much as I criticize them, because it's a tough job to get in front of people, advocate for something. knowing that you live in a country with limited resources and having to deal with criticism all the time. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. With that being said, we'd like to give the certificate of appreciation.
And that's the panel
On political
on
rights
political
and advocacy, political rights and advocacy of the diaspora,
Mm-hmm.
moderated by Nur Mohammed and panelists Honorable Karim Musa, Maria Lara, and Bilal Morris.
Yeah. Animated conversation.
Very animated.
A very contentious topic historically.
Tikal
Yeah.
and the topic of should or diaspora Belizeans be given the vote and also the opportunity to hold public office, right?
Brother Bilal was very animated, very passionate.
Yeah, he no play.
Yeah.
You know, get them by the time for Vaseline in face before it start to punch out. But you know what? A lot of times that's what you have to do. You have to ask the hard questions and say the hard things. You know, very, very necessary.
Just so you know, I don't want political office. I want to make that very clear.
Okay,
All
we
right.
got that there. Aria is saying that no me and that.
Declining political
Right, because they were they
aspirations.
right. Because they said she should be the senator.
Do I have any young people?
Right. So she's presenting the fourth panel discussion, which is Belizean youth in the diaspora. That will be moderated by Kalila Hyde, and the panelists are Destiny Wagner and artist Suknandan. So stay with us. We're gonna have coverage of that, or how close we are to Belize time. I think we are.
We could take a break, I think.
Right. All right. So we'll take a break.
And we'll try our best to cover.
As much as we'll be able to. Of
Yeah,
the
because
fourth
of the
panel.
time difference is difficult.
Right. Because we do have our news at 6.
We do want to remind folks that we do cover the economic forum tomorrow.
The Belize Investment
The
Summit.
investment
So please.
forum as a part of the summit. So that's coming your way.
Right. So please tune in, and anybody else who are interested in, you know, as Belizeans, anywhere you're there, especially in the diaspora, if you're interested in investing in Belize, that's definitely going to be a big topic for us tomorrow.
All right. So we take a break. I suspect we will take a break as we get prepared for the next panel.
All right.
And we'll be coming back. We're going to keep our stream going on, and when we get word from studios that the break is finished, then we unmute.
Yeah. All right.
Count down?
Count we down, Jay?
No, we count down.
All
They
right.
pick up the countdown on the
All right.
on live. Yeah.
All right, Jay, with the count.
5, 4,
Four.
3, 2, 1.
All right.
And we're back on.
So we are back to the Belize Diaspora Summit, and we definitely had quite a good talk about politics, but now we're going to swing into the forward focus, navigating the diaspora's future. We did a little switcheroo on the we did a little switcheroo on the panel's discussion, but I don't know why Jay did it call me. But maybe I should just JD's doing a group call. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get to our list of sponsors. Should I do that? Because we're able to be here thanks to our list of sponsors. So we have the Atlantic Bank Limited, Atlantic Insurance Corporation, Battle of the Drums, Belize Chamber of Commerce Industry Western Union, Belize Bank Limited, Bell Trade, Venice Home Center, Builders Hardware, Cajalpech Village Resort, Carlos Diaz Private Bathroom, Central Bank of Belize, CG United, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Dangriga.
Hello. We count down, and what we do is we count down on the stream because the stream is still going on. We count down so you can hear us, and when we finish, then you put us on. So we did the countdown. We're going to do it again. So just listen for the countdown, okay? All right.
All right.
Let's do that again.
Let's try this again.
Is countdown part 2.
All right. So JD,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. We're on, and this is the Belize Diaspora Summit. It is the day 1. This is Thursday, June 20th, 2024. And we just had that political rights and advocacy of the diaspora panel discussion. You know, get noisy. The people active. You know how afternoon go. You get what I call it, burst of energy. My name is Katie Numi-Osher. I'm here with Mose Hyde, and definitely we are here thanks to our sponsors. So we definitely want to thank the Belize American Chamber of Commerce for doing the promo codes for accommodation, as well as Southwest Airlines for that travel, because like I said, we can't get here by bus. Babylon by bus, but we had to get here by plane. So we want to thank them for that. And definitely we got to thank the Belize Diaspora Summit 2024 broadcast sponsors, which are Atlantic Bank Limited, Atlantic Insurance Corporation, Battle of the Drums, Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry Western Union, Belize Bank Limited, Bell Trade, Venice Home Center, Builders Hardware, Cajalpech Village Resort, Carlos Diaz Private Bathroom, Central Bank of Belize, CG United, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Dangriga Town Council, Darius Meat Pie, DigiWallet, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Feinstein Group of Companies, Freetown Drugstore, Government of Belize, Holy Redeemer Credit Union, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, Ministry of Immigration, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Simon Kwan and Company Limited, and the Social Security Board. They are the ones who are making it all possible for us to do this broadcast all the way from Los Angeles, California. We're at the LA Marriott, and it's been quite a lively morning. The panel discussions have been very well attended. Like we said earlier,
But
that land clinic line is the line.
I think
Immigration getting around though. Immigration clinic line getting around.
Immigration, you would be surprised. And I was commenting that, especially for me, for the matter of immigration, I think that is, to my mind, that is evidence of an inadequacy that should not exist.
Right.
Like, it does give evidence to the fact that whatever structure exists presently for Belizeans in the diaspora to access these kind of services either is not adequate or not functioning.
Yeah, because the way they were flocked too.
Like you could expect, I think, to some extent, that there are structural limitations to
accessing certain services.
Yeah.
Right.
But I guess for me, dealing with an issue of a passport, yesterday, I think you were here.
Right.
People were thinking the first person showing up, it was about passport.
Right, they're like, listen, I need to reapply for my passport. Right. And my brother he came here with a Manila, yesterday with a Manila envelope full of documents for renew a passport. That he did. That's where he was at yesterday.
And so for me, it's like, you should not have to have a diaspora summit.
Right.
You know, where that's the way you are going to be able to access these services. And I think it points to either dysfunction or inadequacy in the structure. And I think that is something that out of this has to be highlighted and has to be remedied.
Definitely. Majority.
But your point is, so we have there are several rooms. So there's a room, so people can understand. We are unable to really be mobile. We might try to maybe tomorrow incorporate our cell phone coverage to show you, because we feel like we're obligated to show you the full vibe. And what we've been showing you is the official panel conversation. We've been showing you that part. But really, the fest outside, we say a fest just to say, listen, the crowd has been about trying to access these services.
Yeah, definitely.
And so you've had long lines. The folks who are here from the Ministry of Natural Resources, the people who are here from the Ministry of Immigration Department, they've been under pressure all day.
I don't even know if they had lunch. I hope they had lunch, because their lines have never.
And then there's another room where there are businesses that have displays and are promoting different things.
Of course. But as you said, there's much to be said about, making it easier for Belizeans to access whether the nationality, passport renewal, whatever it is that they need, nationality certificate, or sometimes things could happen where your passport gets damaged and you need another one because you need it for travel. So I think, as you said, it's good that they're able to access it here at the Belize Diaspora Summit, but we want to really see how we could improve on those services, that it's easier for them, that, like you said, they don't have to wait till next year at the Diaspora Summit before they could, get these services, whether the immigration, for the immigration clinic, and or the land clinic. There was a joke earlier this morning where I tell one of my friends, because I didn't even know she moved to the States. It's like, I don't see her a long time. I tell her, listen, you don't get it like this, not even a Belize, We're got a whole lands department up here. But so that was really nice, and really want to big up, lands department and immigration department, because definitely they are working hard, and they've been working hard all day.
Yeah. So again, we want to point out that there's a lot of we've kind of just brushed around the issue, and I could only imagine that this whole process has triggered conversations back home. I would assume as much. And to say, well, what do we really think about the diaspora? And views vary.
So people are like, they're not like us, man, and people not really into we like that. Why should we care?
And then
or they got someone that, like, it's good that they express interest, because I will be really chill. Belizean Americans, they're out here in droves. They've been visiting, like you said, they use the 2 clinics, but they're also to accessing, whether it's networking here with other Belizeans, and or, like you said, there's a booth, there's another room, where you could get, their realtor is in there. They had like a wine, people who are selling wine there too, and I think I saw some jewelry. So definitely, they're here, and for me, it feel good to say that no matter what we might think that son, they not really rate, or they not rate we, they do, and they care about Belize. You could know they got on flag, or they got on t-shirt, or you could sit in, you're sitting from far. In fact, sometimes how you sitting, kind of got t-shirt or flag or things like this,
Yeah.
Let's get started.
All right, so as you can hear, we're getting ready to jump into that next panel. We have a slight shift from panel 5 to panel 4. And so this panel is the Forward Focus, Navigating the Diaspora's Future. And this will be moderated by Nuri Mohammed. The panelists are CEO Nicole Solano of the BTB and Diaspora Relations, of course, and also, tourism. I don't know why I said BTB, but yes, tourism and Diaspora Relations, and also Dr. Robert Harris and Dr. Michael D. Young. So this will be a very good conversation, because even I think, this is good what we do right now, today, tomorrow, Saturday. But I think what we want is to know that after this, when we close down the sessions, that, we could keep these relationships active and keep the communication lines open. That's the hope. That's the plan.
All right, so we're going to go back up to the head table.
Right? That's how it is. We're going back to this
in the
panel.
business. We go to the head table, and we have the next panel coming up. And
is Mrs. Aria Lightfoot. So she's the one running the show this afternoon. This morning we had Mrs. Rishma Suknan Eckert. And I just want to know this, Belize Diaspora Summit team and their volunteers, they have been working so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I see them sit down not once, they sit down for a couple minutes. So we want to big them up for sure.
There's like about 20 people who volunteered to just make something like this happen. And they're not being paid. Again,
definitely for the love.
And they might have gotten pizza for lunch. I'm not sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I know Ariana plays she left others, make sure my volunteers get something to eat, make sure they get a bottle of water, So, but yes, these people, I really have to, for just those at home, right, or those who are here but were unable to come out, I just want make we acknowledge the amount of work, time, and effort that has been put into organizing all these panels, getting the speakers, organizing promo codes, like we said, so that people could stay at the hotel. Because remember, not everybody lived at LA. I just spoke to a gentleman. He actually came in from Texas. So, Belizeans, they come from all over the place to be here. And so I really want to congratulate that effort of the organizing team, because it's been moving flawlessly all day. I must say I'm very impressed with the level of organization. The topics are of interest. They're not things we want to know. We've been talking about the diaspora vote, the absentee vote, having diaspora Belizeans being able to run for public office, I think would be one very good thing for Belize. Sometimes when they're coming from whatever place they're coming from, they bring that wealth of information with them. They bring different ideas with them. So me personally, I wouldn't have against that.
I think it was Mr. Lara who said he said the people will get to choose.
Mm-hmm. They will,
if that's what they want,
right? Or shut it down or not.
Yeah, they get to choose. But he's saying that as it's presently constituted, people don't get a choice. It has been sealed off from them. You don't get a chance to do that. We're about to hit up this next panel. We're quickly running out of time because Belize is
an hour ahead.
Is ahead, and our team has
news.
Yeah, but we will try our best to get in the panels. Especially, we need to. Oh, is that happening? I'm running out of. Yeah,
what?
Go ahead.
That kind of power, right? So we need that kind of power as well. And so just to remind, if you're just tuning in, you are listening to Creme Radio, watching XTV's coverage of the Belize Diaspora Summit from Los Angeles, California. We're currently at the LA Marriott. And so we've been listening to panel discussions and broadcasting with you panel discussions all day on various topics. For example, we had the first, we had one on the pioneers of the evolution of the diaspora, Excellent conversation. There was also sports and diaspora infusion, very good panel as well. We also had political rights and advocacy of the diaspora. So it's a plethora of topics, and I actually, sitting here at the table, I'm learning a lot. But we are going to move up to the main table because they are ready to go.
If you could just ask them if they want to come back in, that they know what's going on. We're graced with Dr. Robert Harris. He is a director now. He's in the administrative part of university, but he was a professor. And his profession is education, right? We have Michael Young Jr., Michael Devin Young. Now, Michael has been an organizer in the diaspora for 10 years or so. He started the Belize Chamber of Commerce, Belize American Chamber of Commerce. He started in a little library, from what I hear the story, just with an idea that we can connect businesses at home and abroad. And Michael has literally a workhorse. He does a lot of things and he takes it out of his own pocket. He helped organize this event. He gets the venue. He deals with a lot of the stuff, and sometimes he deals with some personalities. He's the peacemaker in everything. And we really appreciate him for that. A lot of organizing. So organizing is not easy work, you know, and it's like herding cats. You ever see cats with all their different personalities? That's what organizing is. So we really give him good value. Actually, all people. We also have the CEO of the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, CEO Solano. We welcome her to this event because, as someone pointed out previously, to get the administration on board with having such an event is very difficult because, you know, many times the diaspora becomes a hot button political issue. And so politicians, depending on what the energy is of the politics of the day, are not too enthusiastic to face a lot of these questions. I met with her in Belmopan. I want to say she's extremely gracious. She is extremely patient. She's dealing with people who don't understand a lot of protocols, because in our country we have protocols in dealing with people generally. And she has been nothing but helpful, and I do really appreciate your presence here today, showing support for a diaspora initiative. And of course, I don't have to welcome Nouri Mohammed. He has been a big organizer for many, many years. And he has been a champion. He has given his platform to the diaspora via his WB show. And many times he, diplomatically suggests things, which is basically saying, hey, this is what you guys need to do next. Because he is a thinker, he has a vision. He's been there from UBAD movement. He has been involved with a lot of different movements. And these movements are always about empowering Belizeans. One of the things I want to talk about just quickly before I hand it over, in the United States, I did political science. Surprise why I like politics. But there's two major groups in the United States that have been extremely successful. It's the Jewish community and the Cubans. They're very powerful lobby groups because they're actually seen as the two most educated groups that moved to the U.S. You know what the third group they identified? The Caribbean, as a very educated group. Most of the people, if you look at Mexican migrants, they come over to work in the farms. But a lot of people who come from these groups are professionals. Belizeans, a lot of Belizeans, when they get here, they chase education, profession, different stuff. Belize has it within its power to become a powerful lobby group, even though we're small. And different entities have played different roles in the diaspora. Michael advocates for businesses. You have Solano, CEO Solano. She is a representative from the ministry that was created recently. Before we had no voice, we had nobody to officially go to and make these requests. You have Nouri Mohammed. He advocates from a more social perspective. And you have all these different groups. You have medical You have all these different diaspora groups that are doing different things. And so this specific uh, panel today is navigating the diaspora future. What does that look like? Minister Musa, even though he dangled that carrot in front of us, he gave it with a caveat. We do not speak for everybody in the diaspora. We can't say we speak for everybody until we start organizing to get numbers so that we can hear what people are actually thinking. And just an FYI, for the first time, when they were talking about constitutional change, they did include the diaspora this time and asked the diaspora what they wanted. And I'm telling you, when you become part of a group that's powerful, even the U.S. government take notice and they give you things because they see the value in your work. And so, yes, as Belizeans, we love party, we love have fun, but we know a significant part of the U.S. economy too. Speaking from the American perspective, when you talk about your taxes, these are things we cannot walk away from in America. You have to pay your taxes. You know, so these gives you, the United States gives you political rights. I could go to Belize and I could vote for a president, even if I'm in Belize. So some are the things that we talk about and we want to talk about what the future is, but I can't talk about what the future is for the diaspora. We need numbers and we need to start advocating as a group that has been identified, just like the Jewish community, just like the Cuban community. Powerful lobby groups because you understand the system. That's all it is. That's understanding the system and advocating within the system. That's what makes them powerful. So with that being said, I'm handing over to Noor Mohammed to take over this panel.
Okay. All right. Good evening again, and thank you very much, Aria. I'll try to speak less and encourage our avid panelists if they could also let us entertain as much conversation rather than the orientation towards speeches. It's good for us to have speeches, it's important, but I think more and more we are coming to realize that we're getting into almost concretizing these ideas. We're bouncing ideas off as to what we believe in and where we want to go, but we want to leave here with some concrete ideas. And I'm glad that the organizers decided to use this as the subject for the last panel, because what is the future? And so let us begin by identifying a vision for the future of the diaspora. The diaspora already exists. We're not talking about the existence of the diaspora. We're talking about where do we go from here. And I'm glad that you use the Jews as an example. Why do I say that? Because I kind of think along that same line when it comes to the diaspora. That we ought to, like Mr. Golson said, we're a Belizean wherever we are, and our values should be appreciated and engaged wherever we are. And so just like Mr. Netanyahu was born somewhere in the Midwest, gone to primary school, all his schooling, and college and everything, and then somehow decided to become the prime minister, and is now the prime minister of Israel, born in America. So if I throw the question to you, do you envision your son or daughter becoming the leader of the country? Is that how you think? Because if we're thinking as a diaspora that is engaged, we can't think less than that. So I would like to put the first question to the panel. Could you address what is your vision for what you think the diaspora will ultimately become in this country? Starting with you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nuri, and a pleasure, of course, to be on the panel with such a distinguished group of panelists. I think we've had such a lot of discussion today. It's been good looking back at the history of where we've come from. In order to look at where we're going, we have to look at where we're coming from. The government's decision to put in place a ministry responsible for diaspora relations is very recent. But there's been so much work and so much history, and so many people have done so much already that we cannot ignore, or we cannot lose sight of where we've come from and what we need to continue doing. I can't see, people ask me, do you think that we will continue to have a Ministry of Diaspora Relations in the future? People ask that question. I don't know where we're going in that regard. I can't, that would depend on the decision of the Prime Minister of the day in establishing ministries. But I cannot see in the future us going backwards in terms of how to engage diaspora and how to ensure that all of the issues that we've been talking about today are addressed and we make progress toward them. We've talked about the need to be aggressive. I think that dialogue is important. The fact that we have been talking about a lot of these matters over and over for years means that you see results. I mean, we've been taking notes. We've been establishing a list of things that we want to create as actionable points. We can't just come and have dialogue. We have to have some specific points that we can act on, that we can put into our work plan and start to effect change. The changes might be small changes and small steps, but I agree with that comment earlier. We have to have a certain level of aggressiveness in moving forward, or we will not get to where it is that we need to go. So looking toward the future, I think that we have to be very clear. The dialogue has to continue, but we have to be very clear about what the top issues are, what the main issues are, at least come to some consensus by Belizeans. And Belizeans, I mean, we talk about Belizeans at home, Belizeans abroad, we're all Belizeans. So what is the consensus about where it is we want to go? What kind of development do we want to have as a country? And what are the priorities that we need to face and things that we need to address going forward? We have to be very clear about those things, put them into plans, identify who the people are going to lead those charges, and start to have results. So for me, the future is remembering where we've come from, continuing the dialogue, and ensuring that we have action points that we can act upon.
Yeah, thank you very much. And to follow up my esteemed colleague, CEO Solano, but first and foremost, I want to say thank everyone here for taking the time to listen to our views and perspectives. We want to thank the organizers. We want to thank the media houses, the sponsors, and so forth, family and friends. And I agree with CEO Solano that first we have to look at know yourself, know your identity, know where you come from, and be real and practical with yourself so that you can become present. You know where you are presently, and find out where you want to go or what impact you want to provide for your people, your community, and so forth. The diaspora I think is a unique phenomenon because like myself, as much as many of you here, you're born and raised or bred in Belize, but then on the other side of your life, you spend time and grow and learn in a different environment. As you all know, they say it takes a village to raise one child, and the good and the bad and the ugly with the experiences that you go through are lessons. Whether you have failures or successes, they're all lessons. But if you can identify within yourself what it is, what impact you want to make from your own self or from your own household or from your family, and then find kindred spirits, find your village, find your tribe, and galvanize and try to collaborate and work together. And that has always been our stance. Collaboration. We see organizations throughout the United States in the diaspora that operate on a grassroots level, on a micro level. You see others try to do bigger things and greater things, but it takes, they say that you should know people in high places, but more importantly, you should know people in low places, right? Because those are the ones who actually get things done day to day. So it's a spectrum. It has to be fluid. We're living in interesting times because we've seen what those before us have done and tried and accomplished. We've seen their stories. For example, with Mr. Nuri's generation and what they have taught us. And then in our own spirit, we've been placed with some other drive or something. And then we look at the ones who are behind us as well, coming up and doing things differently than the way we did things. So I think you have to identify with who you are, with the past, be in the present, so that you can know what you can try to do for the future. And that also comes in education. Education is key, because then it opens up your perspective or how to do things, how to get things done, best practices. Learn from someone else rather than trying to compete. If you see another organization doing something good, you applaud it and say, okay, how can I make that inspire what I am doing? And reach out and say, okay, how can I work with that organization? Actually, okay, so I was speaking in theory. That is why we are all here today, because we have other groups that are working in silos, but then we came together and we said, oh, you know what, that's a great idea. Let's come together. Let's try to work with the government agencies, the grassroots associations, the people in the community, to bring about something beneficial to the people, where now you have the land clinic, you have the immigration clinic, you have the Ministry of Diaspora and Tourism participating in a major way, because this could not have happened without their involvement as well. But you have the fire starters, right? Area Rishma, our chamber, the consulate here in California. It is a lot of hands on deck, and it's still not enough, right? So for the future, I say collaboration. First of all, know who your identity is, because when I first migrated to the U.S., how I differentiated myself was wearing the fact that I'm a Belizean proudly. And, that was my badge and strength of honor. So collaboration is key. Collaboration over competition. No one can do what you want to do the way you do it. So don't be afraid to share and work together. And again, education is key. So with that point, I'd pass it on to our esteemed colleague, Dr. Harris.
All right, good afternoon. So first and foremost, it's definitely a blessing to be here with each of you this afternoon. Thank you, Ari, for the amazing intro. And it was very hard for original attendees to not call me Robbie. So she did a great job with that. So in terms of the future, first and foremost, I think we have to have a centralized focus on the multiple facets that exist when it comes to the needs across our country. My advocacy area is education, and so I have that's my background. I've been an educator for 23 years, ranging from special education teacher up to my current position, in which I'm a director of state and federal funding for a school district of about 21,000 students. And so I think ultimately there has to be a centralized, strategic, focus on education and all of the other multiple facets that exist when it comes to the needs of our country. We certainly need to take a holistic approach to it, but I do believe that at the center needs to be our children. They are the future. So when you ask about what the future of the diaspora should be, it definitely has to align with all of our, with the next generation, creating closure to those gaps that exist. I go to Belize every single summer through my nonprofit called The Heart for Kids, and we really focus on athletics and sports camps with a center on mentorship, and then also distributing school supplies, renovations at school sites, and really trying to create responses and solutions to any inequities that exist. And so I think certainly we have a lot of potential. We know we have talent across the globe when it comes to diaspora, but we really need to, I feel like whenever I go to Belize, I meet up to another person that's doing another thing, but we really don't have that connective tissue that exists. And so it's really about putting intentionality behind building that connective tissue across the board with all of our folks across the globe, and really centralizing our focus, with our kids being one of those centralized areas. And so that's what I see.
Thank you very much for all of your contribution in starting the discussion. Thank you. My cousin, I know I said my cousin again. Somebody told me this morning that one of our challenge is, and he said, I'm not sure about this word, Nuri, completability. He said that has been one of our challenge because we are good at starting things. Sound familiar? And it is not a Belizean hiccup. It's a human hiccup. That if you don't see the vision in front of you and identify with it, then you just hear it. It's entertaining, but it doesn't motivate. If you looked at how the organizers organized this summit, you could see that they wanted it to end in action points. We wanted to know about the pioneers because knowing the pioneers will make us understand that there's continuity here. This is not just starting. This has been going on for over 100 years. And so they brought qualified individuals to share that history with you. And a very innovative and creative brother back there, and he has not been given his true accolades yet, Mose Hyde, insisted that sport be a part of this conversation. Because look how essential what you were talking about today, my brother. How essential. And you know the talk blank, you the talk facts with proof. So it was essential that that be a part of this diaspora conversation rather just a talk show conversation about the diaspora's input. So it was important that that be it. And then of course, we wanted to look at the context of it within politics because you need politics to make things happen in Belize. Politicians listen to numbers. Believe me, this summit will affect the future because the cabinet will say, boy, how much are they got? Man, look on them field. These are a lot of people. And when they see people paying attention, remember they work for us. They will respond. So it was wise, Aria, it was wise, Mr. Fernand, and those who coordinated, Michael, that we look at the diaspora in terms of its politics and in terms of how do we advocate for what we've believed in so long. But to me, this is one of the most, if not the most important panel. Because this is now saying, all right, after we know all of that, where do we go from here? How do we build on all these things? We build on a consortium that was great and then got deflated, but still saw that the sinews are there. Is there room in that concept of Dr. Ling to return, to refurbish, to modernize, to present once again as a structured way for the diaspora to have a platform? How do we deal with these various organizations to bring them under one umbrella? All of this is the future and all of this is the work. How do we engage, as we're going to have another panel discussion on the youth and what is their work? Because certainly it can't be left up to old people like we. No pun intended, of course. But I'm saying that it's young people that has to take this baton and move it on, and they have to move it on in such a way that they got rhythm in it rather than in just the take-for-we instructions. So I'm saying that this panel, to my mind, especially Dr. in education, how do we bring people up? Is it sitting in a classroom with rote? What's the dynamic of young people listening to now on TikTok? How do we get that message across? How do we get the dynamism of their engagement? It certainly will not be in a university classroom sitting down and waiting for grades. So I'm saying, on you three presenters, show us innovative ways that you think that we are going to build and concretize this idea so that it doesn't become, as my brother said, compatibility is not there. Completability is not there.
I want to say that what is happening here is unprecedented. So for the first time you have, I heard numbers like 30 people from out of the lands department and about the same amount out of, a little bit, maybe about half of that, but out of immigration. My colleague, the CEO, is sitting here from immigration. We have a number of government officials, a number of people from agencies across Belize here. So now you have Belizeans who live at home and Belizeans who live outside of Belize coming together and having that dialogue, right? We do it a lot through, for example, the show that we were discussing, through Naval String Connections. That's one example, right, of how we utilize social media and how we can have these discussions on an ongoing basis through virtual channels. And there's a lot of technology that can be utilized for us to have those connections, but nothing replaces face-to-face. Nothing. I mean, it's not always practical, but events like this where you can come, you can sit down, you can engage, you can talk, you can shake hands, and you can solve problems today. There are people who are getting their issues taken care of today. That's unprecedented. And so we're already starting to make the kinds of changes that you're talking about. And going forward, we have to look for those opportunities. We have to look for how can we have those connections and practically put all of the people that need to be together into one room and solve the problems, right? So I think this right here is just a good example of where we need to go and how we need to move going forward.
Thank you. So, Master Nuri, and I don't mean it in a colonial sense. I mean it in the sensei sense, right? He said, that's right. There's strength in numbers, right? And with the diaspora and so forth, it's like the mahogany tree where the roots are in Belize and the branches and so forth are in the US, Europe, Canada, etc., etc. And we're trying to create that bilateral runway or two-way street. It's not a one-way street. It depends on the direction of the elders and the strength of the youth, right? It's not exclusive. It's collaborative, like I said. But the point on numbers, we have about what 450 to 500,000, the population of Belize, and Belize is twice the landmass of Jamaica or El Salvador, where they have millions. But we have estimated about the same amount of Belizeans outside of Belize, either in the States, United States, or Europe, Canada, London, Canada. And numbers talk. When COVID had hit that time, the remittances for money and funding going back home when the borders were shut down rose to over 100 million, I think, going into the country, whether through cash or kind. Because when the planes stopped flying, the ships on the water kept going. So that's how trade happened. So, the numbers, like Jay-Z said, right? Men and women lie, but numbers don't. So there's strength in numbers. What we want to do is try to become a stronger block and connecting rather than dividing, rather than our differences divide us. No, let our differences complement us. Everybody has something viable to bring to the table, an idea. And why I chose business and so forth is because business is a common denominator and factor throughout people. And what we sometimes forget is that business is people. You can't have business without people. So that's why customer care is so important. So how you treat your customers, your brand is how your customers feel about you when they see you. So, John Rockefeller said, I would prefer to have a friend in good business than a good friend in business. So basically what he's saying that having a good business relationship, you become friends through having a good business relationship. If you turn that around and you try to go into business with your good friend, we all know how that usually ends up. It turns sour, or you're no longer friends. So, strength in numbers and good business, good faith.
Remind the audience that at the end of this, there will be an open floor discussion. So it won't be just talking heads. And I'm sure some of you have been taking notes since this morning. And so we're looking forward to having a lively conversation that will be conducted by our beloved Sister Guy.
All right, so in terms of how we reach our youth, whether it's in the classroom or in our society in general, I think it really takes the development of synergistic systems where all of the stakeholders, whether it's an educational partner, a business owner, we all come to the table with the same goals in mind, whether that's through pedagogy, and in that vein, we do need to meet students, we do need to meet our kids, our children, where they are. So right now in education, and this is what I deal with a lot when it comes to even our teachers in the high school district, our students are not up to, like what Mr. Nuri was saying, they're not up to sitting in class in a straight line and just listening to educators. That's what I grew up with, and I came out okay, unfortunately, but our kids are not, this generation, they're not interested in that. We mentioned TikTok. There's a short attention span, they need information rapidly, and they need it to be changing. And so that's the space that we need to meet our students in, our children in, if we want them to be able to truly compete. We talked about the competibility thing. If we want students to be able to compete in the global economy, we have to teach them in a way that's not just 21st century, because we've been in the 21st century for 24 years now, but truly next generation. That takes bringing the resources to the table, as far as even technology, equipping our educators with the ability to integrate, not just incorporate technology into the classroom, and then also really looking at, even if necessary, sometimes feathers have to be ruffled. We have, in our country, one of the things that I recognize even in the work that we do every single summer is there's really this heart for traditionalism. And that's okay. There's definitely value in all of the traditions and all of the things that we hold value to when it comes to our culture. But it's also important for us to integrate those things and really meet the needs of our kids. And sometimes, like I said, feathers will need to be ruffled, but ultimately, one of the things that also needs to take place is that the adults sometimes also have to get out of the way. Sometimes we end up placing on any given initiative, 80, 90% of our focus by the time we're done on the desires of the adults. And then whatever residual is left, that 5 or 10% is then on our kids. And so if we want to truly meet the needs of our kids, truly engage them, truly allow them to be our future, we need to meet them where they are.
One of the things that Michael mentioned earlier, one of the things, I've just got a big mouth, so I think I don't need this, you know. But one of the things that Michael spoke about is it's not about a friendship thing when you're doing work. Because if you leave it up to I like you before I work with you, then you will have a limited scope of what you do. And so people who are working on big projects recognize that I need a talent pool that is larger and bigger than my ego. And so this thing where we got in our culture, that my spirit not take you, and I just know to feel the vibes, those things have to be left in the past if we're going to work on big things. Because as people who work on big things will tell you, that not everybody around the table you want to like. But the project is not about liking each other. It's about respecting each other and keeping to the plan that we've worked together. So I'm saying for the future, we cannot operate as we have operated in the past. The consortium was a brilliant idea. But you need to analyze why it has not worked up to 40 years later. If you read the details of where that should have gone, the vision of Mr. Golson and Mr. Lang and Mr. Bert Tucker, and by way, there were other people involved in that concept, including brothers like Bilal and Nuri Akbar. There was Mr. Paul Warren. There was Mr. Roland Yark. We can't only mention the people we like and not mention the other people because we don't like them, because that shows that we are still in a very primitive, childish mode. And in order for us to bust out of that, I got to still shake your hand even though I don't like you. Am I right, Mario? And so somebody said this morning, and I think it was Ms. Suknanda, that if there's one word that can describe one of the hindrances that hold us back from our progress, she said, it's ego. Wow. That means that if I don't like you, even though I know you to do good, I know I'll do it. And believe me, I've seen governments do it. I've seen governments come in and look at a very, very progressive program like CYDP. And because it came on under the previous administration, it was dashed away when the other party came in. Which means that all these youths that were benefiting from that, we not to worry about to know. But we don't make no next party get no kind of credit for nothing what you do. One next one was youth for the Future by Saeed Musa. He got accolades and won an international Commonwealth Award for having the most innovative program called Youth for the Future. You think anybody know about it? When the next government come in and say, Youth for the Future, who for future? Youth for the Future is gone. Now we have a new program, very innovative, called LIU, which is a progressive intervention program to stop violence among our youth. Do you know how sad that would be if there's a change of government and they would come in and throw that out again? So I'm saying that one of our impediments is this ego, that me know I work with you, I want to do my own thing. So I would like to ask our panelists, if you can comment on how do we sidestep that and keep ourselves focused on the big picture? Or do we continue, like Sisyphus, pushing it all the way up, letting it go, it rolls back down, and we do it again and again and again? When will we stop this? I'll start with you, Professor.
All right. I wasn't expecting to speak first, but okay. So I think one of the biggest things, again, as I kind of thematically what I spoke on was just that level of intentionality that needs to take place for all of those things Mr. Nuri just mentioned to take place and to come to fruition. There truly needs to be intentionality about us coming together as a collective with goals in mind, with objectives in mind, and regardless of all of the things that we go through as adults, regardless of the different personalities, remaining centered and focused on those objectives. I always revert to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, ranging from physiological needs all the way to self-actualization. And we have, for example, again, going back to our next generation, we have, and across the board, there are physiological needs just fundamentally that haven't been met. So we have kids that go to school. I come across this every single summer, that they don't know if they're going to eat, or they don't know if they're going to have lunch when they go home, or if they're going to have dinner for that night. And so these are some of the things that, as we continue to address our own egos as adults, we continue to lack the necessary cohesion. There are real life implications where we have students, that we have kids, we have adults, we have families that are struggling. And so I think it really takes an understanding of that. And then based on that understanding, because I know everyone on the diaspora, I know everyone all my family, all my friends at home, we're all passionate about our country. We all love our country. Belize is a country, and Belmopan specifically is a community that's given me so much, and my passion is giving back. And so I know across the board we maintain that mindset, but we also have to really hold true to the real world implications. On paper, they're numbers, they're statistics, they're metrics, but there are also real world implications. While we're sitting at a table having conversation and having debate, there are people during that same time frame that are trying to figure out how they're going to clothe their kids. There are people that are trying to figure out how are my kids going to eat? How am I going to pay for these high school fees for my kid to go to school? There are basic needs that need to be met. And so I think just keeping that in mind, really keeping in mind the real world implications, I think that's a critical area, and keeping that level of intentionality, because only then are we going to truly maintain that level of focus and connectivity to keep us moving forward.
So I heard several things that I really like. That word intentionality, I think, is very key. We have to be focused. That was another word that you used. Inclusive, and really, we always say it. We say it at home all the time in our ministry. We don't have to like each other, but we have to focus on the work. We have to focus on the results. What is it that we want to do? We have to be very clear on that. And only with intentionality can we. You know what I really like about the professor? I think there's a lot of technicalities when you talk about strategy, right? And when you talk about how you actually get from beginning to end and successfully put these action points into place. And I think we have to be a little bit more technical, right? In the way that we approach things. And that goes back to the word, what was the word you used?
Completability.
We have to have completability. The things that we start, we have to finish, right? And only with a very focused approach to the deliverables that we need to have and work toward specific deliverables with discipline and focus can we really get what we need to get done. And we can't be worrying about personalities. We have to, move forward.
No, these are great conversations, and I'm actually privileged to be a part of these conversations. To be honest, I wanted to shy away from sitting on the panel with you guys, but I couldn't let my colleagues down. So I said yes, but Simi and live with me are two different things, right? Yes, actually working. We're all people. We're all human, and working together in the culture, in the house, we experience it at micro levels and at major levels. It could be in your household, it could be in your family, it can be at work, it can be at school or a project and so forth. Naturally, you'll just have people in that circle that like for some reason, maybe if it ain't here prettier than yours or it ain't taller than your, whatever the reason is. But like CEO said, and Dr. Harris, keep your eyes on the prize. What are we here for? I always like to go with whatever is clever. If we're in a group, right, and the group is a bunch of, meeting of the minds, a bunch of batteries in a remote, masterminds, I like to go with which idea or strategy is best given the situation or circumstance. There's micro cultures, or there's micro ecosystems and so forth, and it's all fluid, and it's learning to navigate the room that you're in, and playing the politics a little bit, but use your powers for good. Play the politics to achieve the goal at hand, not to for ulterior motives or to destroy. As Master Nuri, and again I stress and say Master Nuri, respect goes both ways, from the young to the old, in between and so forth. You respect what the other person's saying, really try to listen to what they're saying, and you gauge it against what the objective is. So that's basically it for me. Ideas versus practicality, because we could have a lot of ideas, but how do we come up with an actual executable plan, a realistic plan to get the job done?
Okay, very good. All right, we're coming to the close of this now because the time is moving on us. We are hoping that out of all of this, we will have something to carry away. Do you see resolutions and points to follow up and agenda items coming out of this confab? And what are some of them that you think need to be in the first 10 actionable points for government as well as the organizing body here? Because this is significant follow-up work that ARIA, Mike, and their team has to do. We can't let this go without having some kind of document to say that we met for 3 days. These were the most important points, and these were the resolutions that came out of it, and these are the action points that we will look at, and these are the timeline. Aren't these the way that organizations operate? And can we say that we don't have to do that? So it has been enjoyable, and it will continue to be enjoyable for the next 2 days, perhaps right up to the dance. But after we're done by LAR and go back in our own direction, we can't just left that area and Mike and say, all right, I want to do this now. No. Or else we'll be overburdening the persons who voluntarily did this in order to spark you. So it's very important that you don't just be an observer or a spectator in the process, but try to find in your niche. You can't do all of that, but there may be a niche. It may be with your youth that my professor brother is talking about, that you could begin your orientation to produce your senator or your president if we go to Republic of Belize in 25 or 30 years. And it has to be that when we think about the future, because the future it's never now. The future is always slipping as we speak. So we need to understand we've got work to do. So I'll give a closing, or do you want me to just chop it?
Well, we're actually close to time.
All right. So
So
can I
what?
give them at least?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, just so that I respect you, because I'd like everybody to take a 30 seconds to just give you a final comment on the matter. We'll start with the CEO.
Okay, well, one of the things we didn't talk about is the fact that my area of expertise is in the tourism side of the Tourism and Diaspora Relations Unit. And I feel like we've been very successful in tourism because we do focus a lot on the technicalities, and a lot of the things that are successful for us in tourism can be applied in this area as well. So master planning, action planning, results-oriented, benchmarks, data, technology, all of these things will help us in moving forward with all of the matters for diaspora. And we intend from the government perspective to approach things in a similar way. So thank you to the organizers for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Master Nuri. I think that I stick. But yeah, thank you, and thank you, CEO. Thank you to the organizers, Aria, Rishma, Mose, Mr. Hyde. Everybody here spent a lot of money and time to be here. And that's because, you know, it's important, and we recognize it and we appreciate it. And like what was alluded to, it's not in vain. One of the key things we enjoy watching movies and so forth, but one of the key things I took away was the wise build bridges, right? So that's what we try to do. We try to build bridges. There's organizations out there, honorary mention, for example, Belize, that has been doing a lot to try and collaborate with others, right? You have representatives from the Belizean Association of Houston here. One of the things that our organization at the Belize American Chamber of Commerce is doing is building bridges. We have a sister city with City of Miramar and Belize City that we're working on. We took Mayor Trapp from San Ignacio, who's here today too, that actually went to Tampa, Florida to try and build that bridge because of the similarity and the exchange of cultures and so forth. And you know, that's what we're about. We're about bridge building. Things are relative. Please continue to support us because this took a lot of effort, a lot of resources, a lot of collaboration from sponsors and so forth, like Mr. Belmex Construction and all the others here. Please continue to support us because we need the help, okay, to keep it going for the benefit of our youth, right? My son is here too, you know, where we try to keep the legacy of the diaspora going. Thank you very much, and you guys have a safe and good night and evening.
All right, so again, thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Mr. Moshyde he was one of the first people I spoke to about the work we were looking at doing, so I appreciate you seeing the vision and always being willing to work with us. So what I would say in terms of just steps moving forward, and I'll just keep it concise, is I think after all of the data has been pulled together, all of the emergent themes extracted, all of the quantitative pieces are put together, definitely a strategic action plan needs to be put in place. Otherwise, what takes place is there was a lot of great conversation, and folks go back to what they were doing, and then we just keep it moving. I see it in the school systems. I see it in literally every system that I've ever worked in. And so I think that's what the level of, again, intentionality that needs to take place, and that needs to happen soon. It can't be, we're going to wait until, a couple months, and then we'll think about putting something together. And so that's what I think needs to take place. I know we've talked about a lot of the intricacies about our diaspora, about all of the challenges, all of the successes, but ultimately, we might not always have it all together, but together we have it all.
So please give a warm welcome to the panel. No, not welcome. Thank you. We're not starting over. To the panel, because they did take their time and resources to be here. A lot of people did that on their own. So we really should give value to this. And one of the things Michael always says is a rising tide lifts all boats. So if you as a community rise, it lifts everybody within your community. It doesn't have to take away from anyone if you build together. So again, we have our certificates of appreciation. CEO Solana and Nuri, we already gave you one. We don't want to pack you up with many certificates. So we have Michael Young. So can you come next here? And of course, Michael is one of the organizers. We also have Dr. Robert Harris. And he's right, he's from the Moplan. He was my neighbor, so it was hard not to call him Robert. He's right. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you. We also like to give a certificate to the Ministry of Immigration because honestly, the Ministry of Immigration and the Ministry of Natural Resources have been a conduit for a lot of people to come also. These are services that are extremely needed within the diaspora. Most people can't wait in lines when they're on very tight trips. So for you to come where people are, that's a big deal. So thank you, CEO Tanya Santos. Another Belmo Pennies. So guys, thank you so much. We're going into the final panel, and it's going to be a combination. Just for time, we're going to have Anna Banner Guy. She's going to ask the audience questions. We're going to have the youths here sitting, and so we're going to engage the youths with questions from the audience. And I know Kalila is going to kill me for doing this. So thank you so much. I'm going to go grab them.
There was the Forward Focus, Navigating the Diaspora's Future. That was moderated by Nuri Mohammed, Master Nuri Mohammed, as we heard. And the panelists, of course, CEO of the Tourism Ministry and Diaspora Affairs, Diaspora Relations, I think. And then also Dr. Robert Harris and Dr. Michael D. Young. Very engaging conversation.
I need to point out that it's late.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's late, but our battery has died.
Right.
So we are getting our support on another camera. Let me just mention here, the next panel is the most important panel.
Right.
In my view.
Because that's where we get the Belizean youth in the diaspora.
We get the youth. and their voices are the most important.
I feel so
even though
too.
it's late, especially back home,
right,
and getting ready for news, we will try our best to get as much of that as possible.
Right. So stay tuned for that. That will be moderated by Kalila Hyde, and of course, panelists Destiny Wagner and artist Suknandan. Really looking forward to what the youth have for us, because like you, I feel like this is the most important conversation, because they bring new perspectives and they bring a different perspective and they have new challenges. So definitely they could inform what we do and what we could. Maybe they have the solutions for, diaspora relations, right?
I mean, maybe they better have it.
They have it, because
they better have it. That's how it should be.
Should.
Young heads better than old heads. Two for the price of one.
Two for the price of one. So should I run through my
Please do.
Yeah.
Please do, yeah.
So I just want to thank the sponsors for the Belize American Chamber of Commerce for doing.
That you came a bit starstruck just now that we have.
Yes, because I run into Betty Rocks, and who don't know Betty Rocks? Betty Rocks is a phenomenal Belizean Jamaican American dancer.
I had no idea. I met her yesterday.
Been in Kendrick Lamar and SZA's video, All the Stars. Man. I mean, phenomenal choreographer as well. So thank her so much for being so humble and give me a selfie. I had to post it immediately onto my Instagram story, of course. And I definitely want to thank our Belize Diaspora Summit 2024 broadcast sponsors: Atlantic Bank Limited, Atlantic Insurance Corporation, Battle of the Drums, Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Western Union, Belize Bank Limited, Beltrade, Benny's Home Center, Belize Hardware, Cajalpech Village Resort, Carlos Diaz Private Bathroom, Central Bank of Belize, CG United, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Dangruga Tong Council, Dara's Me Pies. No, it's a lot going on. Did you wallet? Enrique Martinez and Sons, Feinstein Group of Companies, Freetown Drugstore, Government of Belize, Holy Redeemer Credit Union, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, Ministry of Immigration, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Simon Kwan and Company Limited, Social Security Board. It's a little hard to keep it all together because there's so much activity going on.
You know what's crazy is that there's so many people we would want to have a sit down with.
Right.
Obviously, we've not, because we have to focus on getting these panel conversations.
Very
and
important.
We are not, I think with this camera angle, you can see that we are really tucked away.
Oh yeah, now you see the tuck away. Kind of tell you smiling myself.
Yeah,
right?
we're smiling myself. We have to smile myself, and so we really, to be able to, I just feel like just a host of people that have passed through who have not even come into this panel conversations per se. That been operating in the space outside, just doing their own stuff. I think it's been quite a day, just full of these moments of, man, I'm glad for link you. I love what you say. I love what you say. I think in that panel just now, I found that, with no bias, Dr. Harris.
You could have your bias, not bias. Have your bias, yeah.
I think Dr. Harris, and really had some very profound things to say. Devin Michael Young,
right?
Who is who I must say, right? I have to give this, and I will say this on WB. He is a central figure behind creating the annual investment forum. And they've been doing it now. I believe this is the 11th or the 12th year.
That's significant.
This is a standalone event that has been going on. And when the whole concept of doing the Diaspora Summit came along, he was like, the Diaspora Summit is bigger than Investment Forum. And we are going to be a subset to that.
Right.
You know what type of...
lack of ego. That's a literal lack of ego.
You know what that says about you?
Zero ego.
It says you are a leader.
Right. And also too, you're a visionary because you're thinking, you know what? I want to link up everybody.
Yeah.
I want to link up everybody. I want to start from the root because the fund there, then we could grow, we could flourish.
But he has refused, and he has been running away from my camera and my mic. So I really don't know, sir.
Those are something else. So you can give your feedback.
Yeah.
But you could go on the website.
All right.
glad I don't have my regular face itself because I come right up there.
Right. You're the part radio on TV, right?
TV, but, you know, we have to fit in and do it all.
Right.
Yeah, I just really to show that he's not seeking the light.
Right.
He's seeking the work. And he's seeking the best part possible for the work to achieve its objectives.
When they said navigating the diaspora future, I mean exactly what I mean.
So that's, yeah.
Right.
So we're not
Aptly
talking
named
with somebody that walked in the walk before he even talked the talk. What you heard,
he could talk it because he's been walking it.
What
right.
you heard from that brother just now, I can speak from my experience. That's who he is.
And the track record to show, to support
that's who
that.
he is.
Right.
I mean, that's who he is. And the fact that the investment firm is a part of something that is just now emerging.
Right.
And that he was able to accept, hey, no, I want this vision go.
Right.
It speaks to the fact that, you know, I think that's what leadership is made of.
Absolutely.
I think that's what leadership is made of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So I give mad respect for that.
Of course.
And again, we are just trying to hold on because we really do not want to not have the use, and I have to go and press them to do it because we have news time coming.
All right. So while he does that, just to remind, you're watching XTV, you're listening to Creme FM, and we are at the Belize Diaspora Summit in Los Angeles, California, at the LA Marriott, and we've had phenomenal panels all day. And we're waiting for the youth panel. We know that it's almost news time in Belize because Belize is 1 hour ahead. But definitely we want to share with y'all. We want to share with y'all what the youth are doing because so this panel is it was supposed to be, but we had to do a switcheroo, but it's a Belizean youth in the diaspora summit. I think a lot of times, even there in Belize, we don't really ask the young people, you know, what their experience is, what their liberty is, what they're about. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to get a little bit of that. And we're going to try to show you as much of that as we can and share as much of that as we can before we go into the news. I know we go close to news hour because, well, for us it's 4:42, but for you it's 5:43 p.m. Forgive me, I've been up since early. So, but we really want to thank you for engaging with us today. We appreciate your listenership, your viewership. We appreciate how you've been patient with us as we sort through some of the technical issues that we've had. Thanks so much for telling us about, you know, audio or video or anything else. We really appreciate your support. You know, that teamwork make the dream work, right? And so I definitely have to thank the whole crew back at Zinc because they're able to let us have everything going here. We actually have Kuna. I wish you could have seen Miss Kuna is here in a beautiful. Let me give y'all, because for them who want to see, you can wave them right there. All right, so some of y'all are seeing her. She's wearing a lovely green, yellow, dark green, light green ensemble.
You show yourself.
It literal. The hair did, nails did, everything did. You don't know how Miss Kuna does it. She not do it halfway. She do it the full way. You know, we ain't in Miss Kuna territory right now, right? Because Miss Kuna own Los Angeles, California. We know that. We just bar the place. She da fire. She da fire. So we saw her. She's decked out in her jewels, her pearls, her diamonds. And I want to see the shoes. I wonder if we could do a shoe cam. That one time I like, but when the Williams a shoe cam. Because if Ono could have said the shoes that Miss Kuna got on.
Oh.
Eat your heart out, baby. Hi, Miss Kuna. How you doing?
Hi, baby. I'm right here. Show myself, be myself.
All right.
Hey, steal the show. I never said that part, but she has stolen the show here. It's amazing, you know, as you're the lone celebrity, because even people say, "Mother's Miss Kuna, how you got everybody to hail you?" Because as she come, like there's a trail of people that say, "Hi, Miss Kuna." Yeah. So we finally got the big man here. We have him by the table. He's running away from us, but we have like just a piece of him. We have a piece of him. You're right. All right. So there's a raffle going on. So, make we hear who win.
And they are Juicy Bull.
Okay, Juicy Bull win something, yeah. Oh, Sean! What? Sean?
Oh, Sean.
Sean has won a raffle. Oh.
Oh.
Ay, ay, ay. All the nice thing for yard.
It's a breeze blow play, can't see place. Sean, you don't
Sean,
want yourself some stuff.
yes,
brother.
he has won a bag of Belizean treats. Sean, and don't they sanction your bag of treats? So come and pick it up. Come and pick up your bag of treats. All right, so Sean's tableta is already, it has owners. I think it'll go to the highest bidder.
Sean don't guy bag.
Oh, Sean Sean has taken his bag, y'all. This are just, like some least sides or what they give it. I think they want to take that tableta out of that bag, and I think Sean ready for what happened in like 2 seconds. So he won a raffle, but he might lose that tablet. Oh, surprisingly, he's walking away with his tableta intact. So congrats to you, Sean. You get 50%. Yeah. No, you're good. So we actually moving now into a little piece of that youth summit. 5:46. All right. So we're gonna try to do as much of that as we could.
All right, so we got to switch over to the and of course, I'm gonna leave bias. Let me just quickly disclose my bias. My niece is on that panel.
Make them know. Make them know.
Yeah.
The beautiful Kalila Hyde.
All right, so let's do that.
She's been here.
Thank you so much, Aria, for your diligent hard work in making this happen, and all our volunteers. And thank you for all the participants for staying this long and being with us. I'm very touched, and I can't say how appreciative I am to be given this privilege to introduce the youth panel. For those of you who may not know, youth is my passion. It is my background, and I am the founder and director of Belize Active Youth, which is a leading youth organization in Belize. It's very active. We have a mentorship program, which is key to our organization, and I think to building our communities. So I would like to take this opportunity to advise all of us here in the diaspora and at home to not just to look after our own, but also to extend ourselves, our time, our skills, our gifts, our talent, and include our young persons in our lives. And a lot of people are of the opinion that including a young person in our life is going to take a lot of time because we're so busy and we have a tight schedule, and it's taking so much from us to give into another person's life. But what you can do is, instead of creating time for that, you include the young person in your already existing schedule. For example, if you're mentoring a young person and you do shopping on a Saturday morning, you include that person with you to do that chore or whatever activities that you may have to do. So mentoring doesn't mean you create a schedule or a separate time to include this person in your life. It means you include this person in whatever it is you have already been doing, and that's going to make it much easier. Look at it from those lenses, a different approach. So thank you again. And with that said, I would like to say that it gives me, again, great pleasure to introduce the youth panel. Let me get my other eyes. So, Belizean youth in the diaspora. It's so dynamic that we have young women who are talented, gifted, educated, and ready to share and ready to give back to our community, our society, our country. The moderator for today is Miss Kalila Hyde. Kalila is also from Belmopan, which is Vice City. Thank you so much, Kalila, and we welcome you to this session. We also have with us very popular former Miss Earth, Destiny Wagner. Destiny, welcome, and thank you for being here with us. And we also have Miss Arti Shuknandan. I hope I said your name right. I got that right?
Suknandan.
Suknandan, okay. Welcome, and I'll give it to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anna. I want to thank you all for being here today, and I want to welcome you to our panel discussion on the diverse cultural identity and heritage of Belizean youth in the diaspora. Today we have two remarkable young women with us, Destiny Wagner and Arti Suknandan. And they're here to share their experiences and perspective on what it means to be a Belizean youth in the diaspora. So I want to thank you both for being here. And can you guys just introduce yourselves to us, please? Who would like to go first?
Good evening, everyone. I am Destiny Wagner. I am 28 years old, originally from Punta Gorda, Belize. I am an author, a small business owner, so make sure you check out Season Lingo Games in the next room when you're finished here. And I also work closely with different organizations and brands that highlight sustainability and marine conservation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Archie Suknandan. I was born in Belize and lived there for 14 years before immigrating to the United States. I did my education here and have my MBA in marketing from Nova Southeastern University. I am currently a senior manager with a New York agency, and I'm based in Orlando, and I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you both again. So I want to start this conversation off by exploring our cultural identity. So Belize has such a diverse tapestry of cultures that create our unique Belizean identity. And I want to know how you guys feel like you're able to maintain your Belizean identity within the diaspora, outside of Belize.
I would have to say that our identity is in our language, it's in our songs, it's in our dances, it's in our food. All of those things together makes us Belizean. And if you look around, all of us are different ethnic groups, different backgrounds, probably different religions as well, but we're so diverse and that's what we take pride in. So our commonalities are so unique. So when I'm traveling or when I'm in the US, I always try to bring Belize with me, whether I bring a bottle of Marie Sharp, I bring my game, or I teach people how to punta. Like, I was in Ghana a few weeks ago and I made rice and beans. We're in Africa. I don't even make rice and beans in Belize, but it was a love. It was about love and sharing something from my culture and taking that with me a part of the journey. And that's something that all of us should be doing. You know, it's very rare that you meet a Belizean outside of Belize, but we're so unique and all of us are ambassadors in our own way. So take pride in what we eat, what we listen to, what we dance to, what we hear, what we say. Like, I take pride in all of those things, and that's how I'm able to merge the cultures and share the culture with everyone else.
And Artie, what about you? How are you able to maintain your cultural identity?
I love that. Honestly, I feel like before you know anything else about me, you will know that I'm from Belize. And everybody knows it, every person I meet in the US or from any other country. So what I feel like I do to maintain that is try to find other Belizeans, even in the places that may not have a large population. One of the things that I think is really great is connecting with people, for example, from the Belizean Association in Central Florida that Miss Aria runs, and being able to find people that want to have the cultural experiences, enjoy the food, and just making sure that I find my peace of home even when I'm away from home.
Yeah, thank you for that. So how do you feel, because I guess you have a huge community in Central Florida, how much do you feel that community is important for you to maintain that identity?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very fortunate that two of my closest friends that I grew up with also live in Florida. So there's a big Belizean community there as well. So shout out to Shanice and Ariane who might be watching this. But yeah, I feel like it's just great to have people around me that want to, again, share in the culture. They miss it. They want to do that. So it's just been it's been nice and grounding. So anybody that I meet that is also from another country, we can include them as well and show them a little bit of our Belizean heritage.
Good. So Destiny, you were saying language for you is a huge deal. I know language retention is really hard, especially for like first generation Belizeans. How do you think how can we try to foster that amongst our Belizean youth in the diaspora?
Well, language is something that is taught to us from a very young age. So if you grow up, let's say a lot of Belizeans that are in the diaspora right now, their parents still speak broad Creole, so they understand it, but sometimes they may have a difficulty speaking it themselves. I do have a card game that I mentioned earlier today, and I'll repeat it. It's called The Way to Say, and it is the first Belizean Creole card game that was made during COVID. And it was in hopes of preserving the local language in Belize, but also being used as an educational instrument to teach expats and tourists our language as well. So the English translation is at the bottom. I think that it's such a huge, it really is a big deal, not just because I made it and I'm saying that, but right now there's so much, we are always talking about conservation, but what about language conservation and preservation as well? We need to protect our culture and to make sure that the next generation knows our language. So the second game that we're doing, we're actually going to be in partnership with the National Creole Council to make sure that it adheres to the Creole Dictionary, which is exciting. We're working on an expansion pack that features the Garifuna language. So incorporate these Belizean games, these Belizean products into your everyday household. There's also another young lady that does the calendar, Creole calendar, which is also neat. So there's so many different ways that you can include the Creole language into our everyday life or make it a part of our family gatherings and traditions.
Thank you for that. I do agree that it is very important for our kids to learn to speak Creole. You know, I guess part of identity is your language, and having a connection to your language helps you maintain that identity. So thank you. So let's move on a little bit to education and career opportunities. What are your experiences with accessing educational opportunities abroad? Who would like to take that first?
Well, I'm very fortunate that I was able to attend, elementary school and SCA as well before coming here, and I was able to attend like University of South Florida and do both of my degrees there. And I would say making sure that you are knowledgeable about scholarship opportunities, making sure you're staying close to your community so you know when those come up and you're able to apply for them. I think having access to that is really important. And I know we were talking a little bit earlier about how you were able to do your studies in Korea. So I feel like it's important too for us to keep an open mind and a global perspective and not just thinking about the US, but other opportunities you have to connect with all the other countries that Belize has a great relationship with. So to continue to look to those as well and not just limiting yourself to the US.
Jessica, do you want to add to that?
I completely agree with what you said. I agree. There's so many different other scholarships and opportunities out there. So I just want to encourage the youth or anyone in here that is in close proximity to a young child or young adult that is going to college. Don't just limit yourself to Belize or to the USA. The world is huge and it's their oyster. So right now is the time. Take advantage of scholarships, competitions, any opportunity that you have, you should definitely apply.
Can you guys share your own experiences with how your opportunities have impacted your career paths? Your educational opportunities abroad have impacted your career path?
Well, I went to primary school in Belize, different schools within the south, so Punta Gorda, Barranco, Forest Home, Catalanding. But then I did go to the United States to do high school, and I went to New York at Pace University to pursue my bachelor's degree in marketing. And I was just exposed to a lot more. I don't want to say one education was better than the other. However, I will say that the education that I received in the US gave me more exposure, or just being in the United States gave me more exposure.
I love that. And I do want to touch on something that I think isn't spoken about enough, which is when I first moved here, sometimes the idea you have of the U.S. education system is that it will be very difficult to assimilate to if you're from another country. And I just want to touch on this. I came here and realized that the education that we're getting in Belize is phenomenal, especially when we're looking at it on a global scale. We're doing great. And so I don't want anyone who's coming to the U.S. or going abroad to think that they're ill-equipped to advance, and rapidly so. You're going to be well equipped to do whatever you want to do, and just remember that the scales, they're a little different. So just keep that in mind.
But also, let's touch base too that college is also not for everyone.
Ooh, that's a good point.
And people don't really talk about the debt that you go into, the student loan debt that you have to pay off, and it's more like, hey, everyone go to college, you have to get your education. And now in 2024, No. People are becoming more business oriented and they know what they want to do. They're online, they're becoming creators, they're in the orange economy, which is something a topic that we should definitely touch base on. The orange economy is all things that are arts, architect, film, music, content creation, game development. Those topics and those industries are booming right now for the millennials and Gen Zers, and you don't necessarily need a college education to pursue that. So right now, the arts and entertainment world is trending and thriving, and if that's the industry that you want to be in, then you do not need a college education to do that.
I fully agree with you. But going back to Artie's point, I think it is important for us all to remember that there are scholarship opportunities throughout the world. As Artie said, I did my bachelor's here in the U.S., and I did get a lot of student debt from that. And so I was very nervous about doing my master's. As a result, I didn't want to take on more debt. I was like, well, I already have to pay these loans off. Like, I don't want to freak out about that. And I was connected through a network, a person that I knew in Belize, and they connected me with an opportunity in Korea. And I ended up going to Korea for a year to study. And I loved it out there. I ended up living out there for almost 5 years. But yeah, I think it's very important to not limit ourselves and to realize that there are so many opportunities for Belizeans. And because we're so underrepresented in the world, people want to give us scholarships. They want to give us opportunities, and we should take advantage of that because broadening ourselves helps us to better our country and enrich our country. So how do you guys, or what role do you think the diaspora can play in helping students who want to pursue their education outside of Belize?
Yeah, I definitely think mentorship is a big one. There's really no guide to it. There's no formal guide of how to mentor someone. The earlier remarks really touched, I think, on an important point. It's however you can get in, you should fit in. So just making sure that you make yourself available, I think that's the biggest thing. And not being afraid to reach out. As someone that didn't have a large Belizean community when I first got here, I'm very fortunate. My sister is one of the organizers of this event. So to say that I have worked with her to meet other Belizeans has been an understatement. She's introduced me to so many people, but just not being afraid to insert yourself because there's a community when it comes to Belizeans abroad. We are always looking for each other. We can recognize a Belizean accent if we just hear it off the cuff. We are always looking for one another. So just don't be afraid to insert yourself in spaces that might give you opportunities.
Justine, you want to add anything to that?
Just continue to support one another. If someone is coming in and you know they don't have as many resources or they may not know as many people and they're looking for a job or they may be looking for assistance in a certain area that you have expertise in, being there to give them that helping hand because we're a small nation. So it is very important that we work together and collaborate and network with one each other to help each other succeed.
And what support do you think we can provide to students when they're here? Like, I know I told you guys earlier, I have a cousin whose husband is going to school in Trinidad, and they have a house there. And so a lot of the students there, when they're leaving for the summer, they don't want their stuff to get stolen. They don't want their stuff to disappear. And so she and her husband have offered them to keep their stuff at the house, just to keep it safe during the summer, So I think that's a good way that Diaspora can help students. So what other ways do you think we can help our students when they're here?
That is a great question. That's a great question. I think it's providing that home away from home because let's not ignore that it is really alienating sometimes to be far away from the people that you know, entering a whole new world. So maybe just doing little things to make them feel like they're included, whether that's just continuously giving them an open invitation to connect or going as far as you were mentioning, like actually giving them real space to protect their items, just whatever sense of security you can give them. It doesn't always have to be monetary. It doesn't always have to be inviting them to your table, but just keeping the dialogue open is the best that I think that someone can do.
You want to add anything?
No, I think she hit the nail on that.
Okay, thank you. So we might circle back to education and career in a little bit, but I wanted to focus a little bit on the challenges and resilience of our Belizean diaspora youth. So let's discuss some of the unique challenges that are faced by our youth here. So we have discrimination sometimes, legal issues, economic issues. Are there any unique challenges that you feel like you've faced in this country or just being abroad outside of Belize?
Well, yeah. One, we're from a different country. We're women. We're women of color. So that is just, yeah, discrimination. Discriminate me is written on our forehead, unfortunately. So yeah, that comes with baggage in itself. And when you're a woman and you're a woman in business and you're a beautiful woman, it is a bit difficult to navigate. And a lot of people equate your success to a man, which is unfortunate because what it does is it creates a narrative that we are where we are today because of the help that we got for someone else, or we had to do something to get to where we are, which discredits all of the hard work that we've done.
I really love that answer because it really echoes something I was going to say as well. I think growing up in Belize, we are our nation's ambassadors from an early age, and there's a warmth and a welcoming nature to, I won't say just our women, but our people. And when I moved here and had to enter the corporate world, I really had to learn how to turn that off so people would take me seriously, because I was always such a warm, friendly, inviting person that would always want to talk about my country, and that's so important to me. But there came a time where people would misread that and they would think other things, and I had to learn how to almost wear this mask. So I think I know we had these conversations about code switching and how important that is as well. But yeah, I definitely think that that's been a challenge that I faced as well, just knowing when to turn off the friendliness, turn off the warmth, and be serious and have myself being taken seriously as a businesswoman, for sure.
I guess, that speaks to having a dual identity here. We're Belizean and we're, I guess, Americans here or wherever you are in the world. And so what's your advice about learning to assimilate to a new environment? How would you say, what advice would you give to someone who's trying to move to a new place and they need to learn the culture, the work culture? What would you say?
I'm very observant. So wherever I go somewhere, I definitely observe my surroundings, and I also try to connect with people. I think that connection is such a huge, it's a big skill to have, like your ability to connect with somebody. So just talking to them, asking them what they're doing, or if you see everyone going to this local spot, I try to insert myself into their surroundings to make them comfortable and to also show them that, hey, I'm here because I want to learn about you. I want to learn about your culture as well. So I try to assimilate, but I will never stray away from who I am as an individual. So as much as I'm assimilating to them, I also know that, hey, I'm Destiny, I'm Belizean American, and I'm here to coexist in peace. I want to learn about you. I want you to learn about me. So it's not going to be one-sided.
I love that. I think one of the biggest differences I've noticed about how we do business in Belize versus business in the U.S. is we're very connection-based and relationship-based in Belize, which I love, and I try to bring that same energy to how I do business in the States, and I'm not going to lie, that's fared very well for me. That's definitely a skill that I think everyone should have, but it makes you unique when you're in a place where that's not how everybody else is. So I would say my advice would be to lean into what makes you different and not lose your core cultural roots and what makes you special, because that makes you shine in rooms where everybody is the same. So just make sure that you don't forget where you came from.
Good. Thank you so much. What advice or role do you think the diaspora can play in helping people to find career opportunities out here or to guide them along their career paths?
I think you said previously, mentorship for sure. Mentorship and just keeping the access to communication open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And things like this, coming to the summit, putting yourself out there, maybe talking to someone that you're not sure if they can really give you anything, but it's just a friendly face. Just always make those connections, because that's networking. And they always say, what is it? Your
network is your net worth.
100%. Yeah, so just make sure you're putting yourself out there.
Okay, thank you guys. So in regards to, we're talking about resiliency, in regards to economic barriers, have you guys ever faced any kind of personal experience with economic barriers in trying to navigate this country, or do you have friends that have maybe, or family that have maybe faced some kind of barriers?
Definitely. I'm from the southernmost part of Belize, Punta Gorda originally. So I didn't even know Belize City had like 2-story houses that they existed growing up. So when I came back as an adult, I'm like, what is this? But then when I had moved from PG, I moved to a smaller town in North Carolina, and then another small town in California named Fresno. So my whole entire life, I was living in underserved communities, underprivileged communities. So that was a kind of like a reverse culture shock for me to go back to Belize as an adult and see it thrive and see all these businesses and large buildings. So I've always faced economic challenges, and even competing in pageantry was a huge economic challenge, and that's what I'm most known for in Belize as Miss Earth 2021. But what they didn't know was the challenges that I had to face to get there. There was so many fees that were unexpected. There was a lot of leadership that was terrible leadership, actually. And no sponsors. There was no sponsors at all. So when you want to represent a nation and you have the willpower to do so, which I did have the willpower to do so, but I did not have the financial means to do so. But my why I was going to do it was greater than my how I was going to do it. And by God's grace and mercy, I was able to prevail. But unfortunately, a lot of Belizeans they won't get those opportunities, and they may get discouraged if they don't have the finances to back them up or to support them. And it's so important that we do offer, let's say, sponsorship or have a budget aside for anyone representing us abroad, because what it does is it allows us to market ourselves on international levels. And if you invest in someone that's not from Belize, you bring them in to do a job. They may talk about Belize for a day, they may talk about Belize for a week, maybe even a month. But if you invest in a Belizean, they will talk about Belize for the rest of their lives.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, and I just want to be a first person that can attest to how hard Destiny has worked to put herself in this wonderful position to represent us so beautifully on the world stage. And just to talk about that a little bit more, I do feel like one of the biggest things that we do is, we don't pour too much into our own sometimes, and they're our biggest advocates, they're our biggest supporters, and that's just a note I wanted to touch on because I do believe so much in what Destiny's doing and how wonderful she was able to represent us internationally.
Yes. Thank you both, because you both represent Belize very well. So Destiny, you had actually previously touched on the topic of people being in arts and wanting to explore creative outlets. How do you think we can support our youth who have that kind of passion? Because, coming from an immigrant community, most immigrant communities tend to focus on science and law. So how can we encourage our youth who might have a more creative passion or outlet?
I think we should definitely give them a safe space for them to create. And also, don't be dismissive of their ideas and their dreams. When I first moved back to Belize, they're like, oh, what are you going to do now? And I was like, oh, I'm going to write books, I'm going to give back to my community, and I'm going to travel the world. Okay, and they were just looking at me like I was crazy. And now, look, that's exactly what I'm doing now. And it's incredible, but that negative feedback can really diminish someone's dreams, and they can start to believe that. So if someone is coming to you and they're saying, hey, I want to build a rocket ship, or hey, I want to build this and that, we should really be supporting them and embracing them, because they are the next leaders and the next innovators, and that community needs to be uplifted and supported.
I absolutely agree. I feel like our parents can only take us so far. They're not prepared for the world ahead. Sorry, Mom and Dad, that are probably watching this. But I think it's so important to realize that the world is always changing. I feel like right now, I have a sister who's an attorney, and I have an older brother who's a scientist, so I can really attest to, yes, there was only a few paths that might be put in front of you, and that's coming from our parents' own protection. They want us to be successful in life, and I understand that. However, there's a whole world. I work in influencer marketing, and I guarantee you, if you called my parents right now, they would have no idea what I do. They would be like, she does something in business, I don't know. But honestly, there's a world of opportunity out there, and we need to be preparing the youth for all of that and opening those doors for them so that they can take full advantage.
And just to piggyback off that too, there is a new world out there, and entrepreneurship is the way to go. I'm telling you. During COVID, so my business started during COVID. So many other businesses started during COVID, and that's when people realized like they weren't able to necessarily depend on their job that they've depended on for all these years. And a lot of these small businesses now are big businesses, and they're no longer working their traditional 9 to 5. There's absolutely nothing wrong with working a 9 to 5. However, there's also nothing wrong with being an entrepreneur and working 24/7.
That is true. So I would like to ask, how do you both stay involved in your community here and your community in Belize? And you know, with the entrepreneurship, how can you as an entrepreneur give back to Belize? What would you say?
Well, us being here today is a testament of how we're able to give back to Belize. I also partner with different organizations in Belize. I previously partnered with like Oceana, Clearwater Aquarium, Belize Tourism Board, and I speak at different school events. So that's how I give back, but I also want to say that advocacy and giving back looks different on everyone. So if you're not able to do something in person, you can give back by simply reposting or spreading awareness of something. Some people can give back with monetary things or just support or donating stuff. I donate some games when it comes to charity events or auctions, so that's how I'm able to give back.
Artie, how are you able to maintain your connections to Belize?
Definitely through events like this. I'm very fortunate again to have my small but mighty Belizean community in Orlando, Florida, so I try to stay as close to them as possible. And then when it comes to giving back, I also have been like volunteering and things as well during my brief stint in pageantry, but I don't think it needs to be limited to just doing things for the optics. It needs to be a part of who you are and making sure that you're always available. Again, it looks different for everyone, but if you're available to just network and speak to another person, and when you meet another Belizean person, look at that as an opportunity to connect and build a home away from home.
Very nice. What would you guys, how influential do you feel like the diaspora is in your experience here in the U.S.? Or what role do you think the diaspora can play? Do you feel like they're doing enough?
Yeah, I think the diaspora plays a huge role in Belize. Look, they own land. A lot of Belizeans that are living abroad, they own land, they have businesses, and even then they're sending money back to Belize. So a lot of the money here is going back into our country, which ultimately helps our economy. They're providing for their families, they're creating jobs, they're flying back in Belize to vote. So Belizeans in the diaspora make a huge role, plays a huge role within the Belizean economy.
I completely agree with that. I feel like we are mighty abroad as we are at home. So just making sure to realize that we reflect, like our own set of values. Of course, you're going to be moved and changed when you live abroad. You grow, your perspective grows. You're influenced by new people, new values, but always making sure that you remember where you came from and not letting the brain drain affect us, because I think that's something that we didn't touch on too much in this panel, but that's something that plagues Belize a lot is, people get their education from there and they are leaving and they're not returning. And I think making sure that you can give back to your country that built you in different ways, and whether that's through mentorship or whether that's through supporting our entrepreneurs and supporting the other people that are trying to make Belize something wonderful. It already is, but continuing to grow it.
I want to say collaboration is definitely key, and that's also an interesting topic. Why aren't they coming back to Belize?
Yep.
Okay, yes. So what kind of opportunities do you think Belize needs to create for people to want to be more involved? Or what kind of opportunities do you think we can create for ourselves so that we can have better relations within between Belize and diaspora?
I think it's about opening up different career paths and opportunities. I've spoken to a lot of my Belizean friends who come abroad for education purposes and they end up not returning, or they're extending their visas and they're staying abroad. And for that reason, I think it's because they do believe that if they were there, they have a barrier to how much they can grow. And maybe they're trying to work at companies or at jobs that Belize is not ready to support for whatever reason. Maybe it's an infrastructural issue or maybe it's a policy issue, whatever it is. They feel like they might have more opportunities in the States and they just have more to gain by living abroad.
And based off conversations with my friend as well and some personal experiences, because of the generations, there's there's a lot of differences. So the Gen Z and the millennials, we come in with these great ideas. We just got our degree. We're coming back home. We're ready to utilize our skills and to contribute to these jobs. And we get there, we're sharing our ideas, and we're shut down. And it's almost as if the older generation is not, I don't want to say competing with us, but they're not collaborating with us. And that discourages us. And it's like, okay, I'm not being used. My potential is not being potentied. And so it does make, it's a bit discouraging. So they would probably return back to the United States so they can fully utilize their ideas and their creative realm.
I love that. Yeah, it's untapped potential. I think our youth is our greatest resource, and we just have to make sure everybody feels heard and that they have a place at the table and are comfortable to share their ideas, even if they're new ideas.
So, RD spoke about the infrastructure, I guess, in different industries in Belize. How do you think the diaspora can help to foster this infrastructure to create more advancement opportunities in Belize and more industry, more a diversity of industry?
I love that question. I think it's about a need meeting a resource. And one of the greatest things about the Diaspora Network is that it's able to connect people that have these really strong needs. They want to develop Belize as a country. They have the opportunity to meet benefactors, meet people who want to invest in our country, and just making those connections. So that's really where I see the diaspora coming into play. It's making sure that we can fulfill everything we want as a nation and also use the resources at hand to make that possible.
Yeah, I completely agree. Collaborating. Like if you have an idea, there's most likely a Belizean that is doing something similar. They may not be doing the same thing you're doing 100% to the T, but if they're doing something similar, it's nothing to reach out, hey, I have this idea, you're in Belize, let's collaborate and make this bigger. There's this old African proverb, and it goes, if you want to go fast, you go by yourself, but if you want to go far, you go with others.
Very good, that's excellent. Yes, that is a good point. So we're running out of time. We got to close off a little bit quickly. So I want to close by talking about our vision for the future. Where do you guys see yourselves, your personal future, and where do you see that aligning with the future of Belize?
I am probably of the many that think that they need to achieve a lot before they can give back. I'm guilty of that sometimes. I think that people aren't aware of how powerful they are when they're trying to climb that mountain. They think, oh, I have to have this really successful job or opportunity before I'm able to mentor someone else and give back somewhere else. And for me, I'm climbing the corporate ladder right now. I'm a senior manager. I'm hoping to be a director in a few years. And from there, I would like to invest more heavily into my country, whether that's through opportunities, mentorship, or even continuing to build the things that I want to see in my home country. I have a big passion for therapy and making sure that mental health is accessible to everyone in Belize. I think that's something that's not touched on enough. And also, it's important for me to realize, though, and I'm going to take this as a lesson from coming from the summit, that it's not always that you have to have everything. You don't have to be in this perfect package before you're ready to give back. You're valuable in what you have right now and your experiences, and just don't take yourself out of the game. Make sure that you're helping someone else as you're working towards your own goals.
As far as me, I definitely see my aspirations for Belize. I want Belize to be thriving in the film and music industry. We have not had a movie that was made in Belize, produced by Belize, and we have the resources to do so. And if Jamaica could put out Shatas, then we can definitely have a film and this, I don't know, I'm just so passionate about the arts and the creative realm because it's a marketing tool as well for our nation. And the other day, a Belizean just won a Tony, and that is amazing. She's not here right now. Two Belizeans, yes. So the arts industry is booming. So I definitely see myself continuing to participate in that industry, making new games, and continuing to promote Belize on a positive level, but also encouraging entrepreneurship.
Yeah. No, that's definitely inspiring. My little sister, she just finished high school. She's starting college this year, and she's decided that she wants to study film, and I do think that it is important that she continues this and pursues a path in the arts. I think it's very good for our country. Hopefully she makes a Belizean film. So lastly, I wanted to ask, what advice would you give to Belizeans in the diaspora Belizean youth in the diaspora who would like to take on more leadership roles within our community?
Reach out. That's it. Reach out. Even though you may not be in Belize, there's so many different tools that can be used to communicate. We have FaceTime, we have Zoom, we have Facebook. You can join different Facebook groups to know what's happening within Belize, and you can simply reach out and be a part of the communities. If you're not able to be there physically, you can help with something maybe administrative, like doing something administrative or something from home. So that way you can still stay connected.
I agree. I feel like one of the unique things about growing up in Belize is we're a small country. Everybody knows each other and everybody connects on a personal level before everything else. And I think that's one of the most powerful things about being from Belize and being Belizean, and to bring that same energy to every room you're in. Just do not be afraid to connect with another individual. It doesn't matter if they're a director and you're a coordinator, you're an intern. They're a person first and you're a person first. So if you can find that commonality and you can find that reason to connect, be very unafraid of everything you can accomplish and who you can meet and what that can turn into, and just don't let anything deter you from making that connection, because as we've all mentioned today, it's your network, it's who you know, and just make sure that you're very unafraid.
Thank you. I think the lesson that you're both giving us here is that it is extremely important to reach out, to network, and to make sure that we're building bridges. People can be shy sometimes, they're a little bit nervous. As you said, Artie, you might go into a room and like everyone's huddled over together. But it is important to build these bridges and to get to know people, because Belize is all about connections. It's all about making friends, trying to meet new people, and we're a small country. We are probably all related to each other. Or someone who's related to someone. Yeah, it's really important that we connect with each other and we continue to foster these relationships together. So I want to thank you both for being here today. Thank you for being a part of this panel and for sharing your unique perspectives. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us and for giving us a little bit of insight about what it is to be a Belizean youth in the diaspora. And I want to thank our audience for listening. Thank you we hope that you have a better understanding of the different challenges and the resilience that it takes for our young people to succeed. I want to encourage everyone to continue these conversations and to support your Belizean youth, both here and abroad, and in Belize, worldwide. Thank you for joining us.
And thank you so very much. I believe I'm speaking for everyone, and I say we can literally go on and listen to you much longer. In the interest of time and also inclusion, and because you did so well, we're going to ask you if you can stay while we open the discussion to the audience. So please feel free to chime in. I'd just like to recap a little bit, not just from this session, although it was so meaningful. And this, my fellow Belizeans, is a product of mentorship. It might have been through their parents. Obviously, they had gotten a lot of support from a young age. But the reality that we face in Belize, and someone alluded to it earlier in the presentation, that we do have a lot of crimes among our young people and a lot of negative things impacting our youth in Belize. Not to take away anything from these beautiful ladies' intelligent presentation, but we do have young people with where much more support is needed, which is why we are stressing on mentorship. And mentoring a child does not have to be your own, and from an early age, please. So I just want you to take that back. If you don't take anything, please consider mentoring someone. And also to our viewers back home, you don't have to have money. You don't even have to be able to know how to read to mentor a child. It's about passing on values. That's very, very important. Passing on skills and your time, but not giving off your time, like I said earlier. So not to repeat myself, but I'd like to also now just include our audience who have been very patient since morning, listening, and very passionate presentations. And I just want to go back to our first presenter this morning, because that really left with me, resonating with me, as all the presentations have, but Mr. Mr. Akbar. He made a loud call to governance in Belize and to the government of Belize. And we listened to presentations about communication and how important communication is. And this is wonderful. And I also enjoy this conversation, but I also love small talk and on the side. So during the break, I would meet people and say, what are you thinking about the summit? And I have gotten a lot of feedback that some of us are feeling a little bit frustrated that we are, time and time again, passionately, patriotically giving to our country our time, effort, skills, all that we have, and the support is not there. So I just like for us to really review that presentation, review all the presentations, and see how we can move from here with an action plan, not just a conversation or not just talk. And also know that that communication went out. It was a message that went out. And so there needs to be a response. That's very, very important. With that said, I'll give it to the floor, please. And Kalila and your team who did such a wonderful job, please feel free to intervene in any response.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot to say, just maybe like two things. First and foremost, fresh air. You see, 3 smart young women. It shows that Belize is doing something right. And we just need to, like they said earlier, keep on supporting young folks like these and mentor them into the right path. One thing that's kind of running in the back of my head, where are the boys? And the boys in our country need the help most importantly. The women obviously are doing their job. That's obvious. But where are the boys? We need more men out there as mentors because a lot of our young brothers are going the wrong way. And one of the biggest things that we lack in development is young men coming up with the right upbringing. And we see it every day on the news. Violence, violence, violence. So I think we need to include the boys and stuff like this. One of the other things that I wanted to also tap on from previous conversations with these guys earlier was where in the whole dynamics is the Bank of Belize. I think one of the biggest problems, I don't know if I missed it in the first presentation that was here, but when it comes to American currency, it's of great value. We need to figure out where we can bridge that gap between us that are out here and the folks that are back home. To go and get a bank account back home in Belize is a challenge, and it shouldn't be that way. We should be opening doors as much as possible to make sure that the U.S. dollar can make it back to Belize. So those are two things that I wanted to highlight. If those weren't answered before, maybe someone can speak on them.
Do we have any bankers in the room? Does anyone want to address that? What I do have to say is that please remember that tomorrow we're having the Belize Investment Forum, and that is the more business focused, and hopefully we have representatives in the from the financial sectors that we can have answer that question. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. There shouldn't be that many barriers to being able to send money home, and there shouldn't be that many barriers to being able to use our currency here to invest in Belize afterwards. So those are very well taken issues. And I know you have other questions, but can I interject for a second? I do have something to say. Very impressed with the young ladies. Full disclosure, RT is my sister, so I am immensely proud to hear her up here. One of the things that, and now I'm taking off the summit organizer hat and I'm putting on just a personal issue, so please don't take this against me, but one of the things that I noticed with Belize is that Belize only supports winners. When you win pageants, when you win Tony Awards, when you win the games, everyone will share and share the Belize flag and say, hooray, look at this beautiful, Simone Biles, look at this beautiful Belizean doing beautiful things. But where is everyone when they're building? Where is the foundation? Where is the support there? When you need funding to go train, when you need someone to share maybe your independent films before you made it to the Tony Awards. Where are you there? When you're organizing a summit and you're asking, thank goodness for the ministries that are, assisting us and our sponsors as well that are assisting us. We're very, very grateful. But that is a mentality that I think has to change. It's not just supporting because now you're a winner. It's supporting because you believe in the cause, and you're supporting because you believe in the heritage and the Belizeanness and all the things that we're talking about. That is what I see as a criticism, and constructive criticism. We need to be able to discern that foundationally we need to build together. We just don't come in when they're winning to take pictures and to be happy about it. Support from the beginning. That is all I have to say about that.
I wanted to address your question regarding having a male on the panel. We really did want a male perspective. We thought that it was very important to have a youth male from the diaspora. Unfortunately, we didn't get anyone. But I think what our panelists spoke about in regards to mentorship is very important. And I think it does apply to young men. It is important that we try to build them up, that we make sure that they understand that there is more for them in this world, especially as Ms. Anna was talking about crime in Belize. We do need to mentor our youth, and we do need to mentor our young men, and we do need to make sure that they feel supported and that they can achieve. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to just say as well, a lot of young men in Belize do not have father figures in their life. The incarceration rate for nonviolent crimes is a huge issue, not to mention the judicial system that it takes. Once you're incarcerated, it can take months or years for you to even go to trial. So when you don't have a father figure in your life, you are in an underserved community. The likelihood, statistically speaking, of you, living a certain lifestyle, which would be the streets, they will call it, it's high. You are essentially a high risk. So I think it's important for everyone to realize as well the importance of having a father figure. And to be of support. Like, we just literally just have to continue to support one another, because that is the sad reality that we have more women in Belize than we do men, for that reason and others.
And we don't have more women?
Really?
Are we at parity? Oh, okay.
Well, where are they?
As Artie said, to Artie's point about investing in different industries, I think that that's also a role that the diaspora can play, making sure that we have more investment in arts, in sports, in whatever different avenues would benefit our young men. That's also a role that we can play, and that's something that we can work towards.
Yeah, I think that's also a call for the men in Belize that feel like they have accomplished anything, whether it's you have good values, you don't have to have a good job even, like we were talking about it, whatever you have to give it to the youth, because I'll be honest, the greatest mentorship that I've received has been from a woman, because I'm a woman, so she can teach me how to navigate the world as the person I am. You can't call on the women of a nation to mentor the men.
Correct.
So I would just encourage the men in Belize that, again, feel like they have the capacity to take on someone who might be struggling, or you see them drifting, call on that brotherhood and make sure that it's as strong, because the women are coming for it. Yeah. And we are doing what we need to be doing, as was stated.
We're challenging our men.
In the most loving way.
Does anyone have? Yes. Great. I didn't even finish the sentence.
You ladies are so beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to address the topic one of you had mentioned about mental health, and I wanted to hear what are the impacts of our youth on mental health between the diaspora and Belize, and what do you think we can contribute to bridge the gap of having a better, healthy mental health?
Okay. mental health affects everyone. It doesn't matter what country you're in. Like, it doesn't matter where you're at, whether you're in Belize, the United States, Mexico, Ghana, it does not matter. However, when you are in certain countries, you have more resources, and in Belize, we do not have a lot of resources for mental health. So a lot of us really do is talk to someone. So if you can provide a safe space for someone to talk to or to be a soundboard to, that definitely helps. Or also try the holistic route, meditating, going outside, practicing your breathing techniques. Those are essential.
Yeah, I think we were fighting for the mic because we had similar things to say. But it's so important, too, that your mental health is just as important as your physical health. And that's something that I do believe is emphasized more in the States. That's just my experience that I've had, having lived half my life in both. I do think that there is a certain amount of just gravity that's placed on mental health here, which is so important. And it's a silent killer. People are never going to be open about their struggles, and we have to destigmatize when people ask for help and stop looking at it as a weakness and start seeing it as a strength, because at some point you're going to need that support as well. And just being there, being our brother's keeper, being our sister's keeper, being exactly what we want to see in the world.
Thank you so much. Again, we have to give it up to these ladies. We did not tell them they were going to be the ones doing the Q&A, and they're doing a fantastic job at last minute. Is there anyone else who wants to address anything? We're really pressed for time, and we really want to wrap up, but we want to give the audience an opportunity to say something.
So my name is Earl Williams. From San Ignacio, Cayo District. Talking about the boys and men in Belize, what are we doing with trades, vocational for these young men in Belize? We're talking about science, we're talking about movies, we're talking about all the computer system. I'm product from Belize Technical College. All my brothers went to Lynham College. And that was a stepping stone for everybody to learn a trade. Anytime you go to, we're building Belize, and when you go to any construction site, they're all immigrants. Are we training our young kids to build a house, masonry, carpentry, mechanic? We're putting out a lot of engineers, computer engineers, scientists, doctors, and nurses. But when I go back to Belize, I never see anything in trades. They closed down Belize Technical College, and most of the trade schools are gone. And I'm a big advocate of mentorship. I do it out here for high schools, and I'm willing to give back to Belize, but where we are at that point, and what the government's doing, what the social service is doing for it.
Very good contribution. Does any of the government representatives want to address that today? Oh, okay. Would you like the mic? Because we can't hear you.
You're giving good information.
Just to your point is that you said they closed down technical, they changed the name to IT Vet. So there are technical and vocational educational systems in Belize. Maybe they might not be on par with technical because a lot of the teachers, like yourself, have emigrated. But I think that technology offers a beautiful opportunity to share Like, you don't have to physically be in Belize, but maybe you could do some Zoom sessions, or you could do some tutorials and post them on TikTok. I don't know, but you could use what's available and share your knowledge. But I think it kind of rough to just say, like, thing done. You know, I'm an artist. It's extremely difficult because people not really see art like a option in Belize as a career. I even had to study or try to get my licenciatura in Mexico because they didn't even offer that as a degree in Belize. And so a lot of it is like blood, sweat, and tears and do it yourself. You know, like I do residencies all over the world. Nobody funds it. You know, we have niche, they're not funded, but not because the space not there sometimes or the platform isn't there means so we must just wait there. You build it. If you're not there, then you do it. That way I do. I'll look out for your videos or your Zooms.
So he was asking about IT vet and vocational trade in Belize. She wasn't in the room when you asked. No, him. 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I just wanted to add to what you said. I'm from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport, and specifically the youth department offers on-the-job skill training because we recognize that there are some gaps that you have some youths who may not go through the entire high school education system. Can you hear me? And so what they offer is masonry, short-term courses, programs in masonry, cake baking, and some of those skills so that our young people can become employable. We are currently working on a youth bill that is, we are going to be having consultations with various stakeholders because we want to hear from the youths. And so there are several other initiatives that the youth department is currently doing, but I hear you clearly. Those are some of the concerns that our youths are raising in Belize. And so that is definitely something that we currently are working on.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anna Logue from the Ministry of Youth. I'd also like to add that the government alone cannot do it all. So the government definitely needs the support of the community and other agencies. And